States of America, and to the republic stands one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Yeah. So this is a regular council meeting in the city of Nowthen, June 11th, 2024, just after 6 p.m. in the evening. Administrator Langer, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Phelan,
Present.
Councilmember Rainville,
Present.
Councilmember Alders,
Here.
Councilmember Ryan. Here. Councilmember Flammable.
Here.
Deputy Clerk Natalie Johnson.
Here.
And Sherwood Laner is present. We also have Chief Deputy Jacobson here. Sorry. City Planner Cindy Nash.
Present.
All right, and she. That should be your roll call, sir.
All right, thank you. We will remind people when we're speaking, please speak loudly. We have microphones at both ends of the center table here. For the council members and staff that are here, make sure we're speaking loudly. Our residents say that we've been a little hard to hear on this system, so we're going to try and see if this works a little better, snuggled in tightly. I have a couple of things to amend on the agenda. I would like to add the discussion about the driving property to the agenda. I would like to add that to planning and zoning. Item number 10. Do that 10D. And then I would like to move the consent item agenda B, moving claims and treasurer's report to 12C. Let's see. And then we have the canyon upgrade. And Scott, where did you want that? New business?
New business to be fine, sir.
We have the request for council action was submitted tonight. We had a third party import interface, fund and pay, as new business. 12A number 7.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
if there
Rainbow.
are no other additions or corrections, changes to the agenda, I move it as amended.
Second. I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, do we have anybody signed up for speaking at the floor items tonight? Have a guest here. John Heinrich. Would like to come up, introduce yourself. Anybody else sign up on the sheet back there and speak in the open floor? Right up here, right here. Yeah, okay.
Well, thank you for having me, this evening. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to, Nowthen City Council and, some residents here. My name is John Heinrich. I'm running for County Commissioner, District 1, which is the cities of Anoka, Ramsey, Nowthen, and, Western St. Francis. As many of you know, Commissioner Matt Look resigned, end of February and took a job with City of East Bethel as the city administrator. And so it's leaving an open seat in District 1 here for Anoka County. A little bit about my background. I grew up in Coon Rapids. went to school at Meadow Creek Christian School, which is now Legacy Christian Academy. Now I live in Anoka with my wife of 18 years, and we have a 17-year-old daughter, Chloe, and 2 boys, Jude and Reagan. I ran for state representative in District 35A, which is the cities of Anoka and Ramsey back in 2018. Became a state rep for District 35A. Won again in 2020, and so 4 years in the House, and then I lost this last time around after redistricting. They cut the city of Ramsey off of my district and gave me Western Coon Rapids and city of Anoka. I ended up losing by 800 votes out of 17,200 votes. After that happened, Commissioner Look reached out to me when he was going to resign and said, "Hey, would you consider running for county commission?" And so after talking about it with my family and praying about that, we decided, let's do that. Once he resigned, I fielded probably a dozen calls that day from a couple of the other commissioners and some of my old Ramsey constituents, asking me to consider running for county commission. So after I graduated high school, I joined the United States Marine Corps, served 8 years in the Marines as a military police officer, served in Iraq in 2003 and 4, 2 10-month tours in theater in Iraq. And when I got back after that, ended up getting married to my wife, Jessica, and starting to work in the asphalt and concrete industry. And so that's what I do now. Is I'm a business owner. I have a partner, and we do asphalt and concrete work. But I've really enjoyed my time as a state representative. I've always been involved in the community. I grew up as my dad was a pastor and my mom was a teacher. My mom taught at Meadow Creek, now Legacy, for 10 years, and then she was at PACT Charter School for about 15 years. And she just retired 5 or 6 years ago now. So one of the reasons I'm running is because of a lot of people that I respect and love have reached out to me and asked me to run. I've always enjoyed public service, but I did lose the last election that I was in, and so this is an opportunity to be back in public service. And since I live in Anoka, the office would be about 3 minutes from my house instead of being stuck in St. Paul for January through May every year during session. A couple of the major issues that I care about that I want to tell you guys, and I'll keep it short and sweet, but I did bring some campaign literature. Maybe, is that okay if I hand that out when I'm done here? Okay, you don't do that. Okay. Can I leave one of them on the back table there? Okay. Okay, sounds good. So if you're interested and you want to look me up, you can find me on Facebook, John Heinrich on Facebook, or my website, heinrichforanokacounty.com. Election security. This is one of my major issues. I don't think Anoka County, I don't think there's any reason Anoka County can't be a leader in secure elections. I'm not saying that our elections are way out of whack right now, but I believe in local control, and city councils should be able to vote to do audits. They can hand count audits and do audits on down ballot races. And that's something that I believe City of Ramsey has a vote on tonight, I've heard, on allowing 6 out of the 9 precincts to be counted all the way down ballot, hand count, and so that it makes sure it matches up with the machine counts. And so that's a concern. I've just heard that's a grassroots concern around here, and to make sure that we're shoring up our line of defense. Me as a military person, you don't wait till your lines are being overrun or anything bad's really happened. You just want to identify weaknesses in the system possibly and shore up those your lines of defense. And so that's a big one for me. Support for law enforcement, law and order. Anoka County has been a leader in law and order, especially when you juxtapose that to Hennepin County. We had Sheriff Stewart for a number of years, was really relied upon. I think he wasn't the type of person that tooted his own horn, but he was able to help a lot in the fixing some of the issues that Hennepin County had come across as far as law enforcement. And so we need to support our sheriff's office. That's part of the job of the county commissioner, is to fund the sheriff's office. And of course, multiple other things from roads and bridges, infrastructure, health and human services, the biggest part of the budget. And then of course, property taxes. And so that's election security, support for law and order and law enforcement. And then, what was I going to say? Support for law enforcement, election security, and
That's probably wrapping up.
yeah, I'm wrapping it up. Last one, sorry, to distract me a little bit. fiscal responsibility, I'm sorry. So a lot of things that Elton County needs to pay for, a lot of good things we can do with other people's money. Politics, as you guys know, is all about taking money from taxpayers and doing good things for you with it. And so I have a record of 4 years in the state legislature of being responsible, fiscally responsible with taxpayer dollars. And so that's what I intend to continue to do as your next county commissioner for District 1.
Thank you for coming and sharing.
Yeah, thank you so much for the time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for your time,
Thanks.
sir.
I'll leave one of my flyers back on the table here. If anybody wants to reach out to me, feel free. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have some new employees with us and potential, council decision tonight, so. Classes continue. Oh, that's okay. I think I have a basic thing with someone, appreciate it. So Scott, would you like to introduce our employees?
Sure. So as you see on the agenda there, we have two present this evening. The first one I'd like to introduce to you is Lexi Johnson. Lexi, if you want to come up. Lexi is our most recent hire as administrative assistant. She started on May 21st and hasn't had the opportunity to get in front of council yet. So we asked her if she could be here tonight, maybe say a few words and then just introduce herself for those of you that may not have seen her around the office so far. So.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. Like I said, I'm Lexi Johnson. Super happy to be here. I've helped out in the past, I think, 3 or 4 elections as an election judge so far, and I love helping and servicing the community in that way. I recently graduated from the University of Northwestern St. Paul just on May 18th and then started here 3 days later. So I'm super excited to get into it and so nice to meet you all face to face. I've seen a couple of you around. I took your pictures last year, I believe. That's up on the website now. So super excited to see you all again. And I'm just really gracious for the opportunity to work here with such a wonderful community and wonderful employees. So thank you so much.
Oh, we're excited to have you, and certainly from what we've seen initially, we're even more excited. So
Thank you.
thank you for considering us and being with us. Council, obviously, looks like we made a good choice. So.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And then the other 2 names you have on there, so these were the 2 individuals that we were looking at. We started off by looking at 1 seasonal employee, and we had 2 candidates. We interviewed both of them, and we liked both of them. Judah, as you see on there, Griswold, he is not able to be with us this evening, but he is able to start next week. Him and his family are out of town this week. But we do have Joe with us tonight. And Joe, you can come on up. Joe was another one of the candidates that we interviewed. And after taking a look at both of them, we found out we may have an opportunity for them to both work simultaneously together part-time in the parks. Both of them are able to stay with us till about the middle of August. So we were able to bring 2 people on in a condensed portion and still be able to make the budget numbers that we need to do while having 2 individuals working part-time for us in the parks and helping out. So Joe, can you pronounce your last name for all of us, please?
Pineski.
Pineski. Thank you. That's why.
Are you sure about that?
Joe, go ahead and give them a little intro to yourself and whatever you'd like to say there with them.
Hi, I'm Joe Pineski. I'm 18 years old. I just graduated high school this year, from Anoka High School. And I live down in Nowthen, just about a mile and a half away. So I'm a local, my entire life, local Nowthen resident. And I was looking for an opportunity to get working, get moving this summer, and also like help out the town that I live in and work close to home. And I saw the ad posting for the seasonal park worker on the website, and I thought it was a great opportunity, so I applied. I think I'm a hard worker. I like to learn, and I'm excited to get working, hopefully with the city of Nowthen.
Awesome. Thank you for looking at our website.
Welcome.
All right.
Oh, that was great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Joe. So we'll be having a further discussion about Joe and Judah a little bit later. Just wanted to get introductions about it. Go from there.
All right. On the consent agenda, we have 1 item on the consent agenda. The other one was moved off. That is to approve city council meeting minutes from May 14th, 2024, and work session May 6th, 2024, work session May 21st, 2024, public hearing meeting minutes May 21st, 2024, and work session May 23rd, 2024. Councilman Bryant.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
I have a motion, Councilmember Bryan, second, Councilmember Platteville. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. All right, more engineering. Presentation on dirt roads.
New employees is a hard act to follow. That's great. Mayor and Council, my pleasure to be back in front of you again. At the last meeting, you approved the road ratings for the asphalt roads and asked me, and there was a couple of other kind of added services, including gravel and CIP, that you wanted, that I was gonna come back and give the numbers to those and give a slight presentation. So very glad to be back here again. We previously discussed why do a road rating inventory, and it is the same issues with the gravel. It's your largest asset, and what to do and how to do it and how much it is going to cost to you. We went over the kind of what is asphalt pavements. Just kind of flip through those real quick. Gravel is also considered, as I mentioned last time, a flexible pavement, and it really depends on what the base is and what the roadway itself is. They have similar distresses, with potholes and things like that, but they also have unique ones with the rutting and the corrugations or washboarding and in the dust in it itself.
That was just putting it on.
Oh,
Computer.
We have to go back and do this all over.
I know.
Okay, Joe, in the parking lot.
Gravel road, as you are well aware, it's more ongoing maintenance, and probably more ongoing complaints than asphalt roads. With the grading to help reshape and create some drainage and eliminate the washboarding. I drove several roads today and there are some significant washboarding, and I don't know if it's every time it rains, but the combination of the rain and the traffic really kind of build up of that washboarding effect on the gravel roads. Watering.
Can I just maybe cut this short a little bit, because we have people that in this room that actually live on gravel roads,
Oh, okay.
and they know this stuff.
Yeah, okay.
And it's similar to when you do bituminous, we get a lot of reports on bituminous, so we've seen a lot of the same things,
Okay.
so. I would like the council to, they've had the packet that you sent out,
Oh, absolutely.
and so rather than, and I understand maybe for some of the audience this would be helpful, but it really is up to the council to decide here. So if the council has questions, I know one of the things that probably the only unique thing here, because I would say there's nothing here that our current crew doesn't do except for the polymer.
Mhm.
And we had talked with the company last year that had a machine that actually mixed the polymer in with class 5, brought up the base, mixed them all together. So that's probably the only unique thing here, but
Okay.
if the council has any specific questions, especially those two that live on gravel roads, that might expedite this. And if you would like, John, to go into some of the more details in the packet of some of what you saw,
Certainly.
if that's all right.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Rainbow.
as the road, dirt road president, I appreciate Joel, Eric, or, Isaac graded today, so thank you, because we're bumpy going off this morning. I'm just wondering, in your time driving some of our roads, are we having the similar problems on all of the dirt roads, or are they individual, issues?
Generically, I think they're very similar. Some, and I don't know when, we've had some rain, so they were less dusty than I thought. There were some that had some soft spots, particularly in the shade, and then where you don't have, we don't know what the section is until ultimately we kind of go through the process and we'll get a geotechnical engineer out there and see how much gravel we have on there and what we need to do. But in the areas where there's some low spots and obviously there's still some potting sitting there, and those are soft spots. The question is on the shoulder, you know, how wide do we want to go ultimately when we kind of reclaim that or whatever we have to do? So some of the shoulders are, you know, the dirt shoulders are rutted away. I did see, a couple, you know, significant stretches of washboarding, and that's to be expected. There were some potholes, and again, that's to be expected. So I think generally they're the same, but the different roads are, you know, react a little bit differently, kind of depending on what the makeup of the gravel road is.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Brian.
I'm curious, because you say, well, you can water it, obviously water evaporates, doesn't last very long.
Exactly.
You could, calcium chloride down and that lasts a season.
Mhm.
And, then there's the polymers or any other thing. I mean, is there something where it's a, but you also talked about some seals somewhere in here, I don't know.
Auto seals.
But yeah, is there something that X works best in Minnesota when you have the winter climates, or you really shouldn't do this because of the winter climate where it's not worth your time? Is there something, and even with the chloride, we tried different chemicals, different things to try to find something that works the best. Is there anything that tends to be recommended to be done in Minnesota
Other than asphalt?
other than?
That only holds extra well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're here and we've got the freeze-thaw cycles and that ruins asphalt. Some of the polymers, I think I mentioned this, I was in Maricopa County, and we had 2,500 miles of roads and about 700 miles of gravel roads. And we would do either surface stabilization for polymer, but we didn't have the freeze-thaw cycles. So those would last a couple seasons. We did the polymer incorporation, like you mentioned, and then that's, particularly we had some equestrian areas that wanted the dirt road look, but when we incorporated that, there's a company that I worked with down there, they actually made Air Force runways in the desert in the Middle East out of this thing, and it lasted a long time. I've got a call into him. Last time I talked to him a couple of years ago, they were coming up into the northern climates. And I talked with him late last week when he was going to have his local person give me a call. I haven't heard from him yet. So that is something I want to do a little bit more research about because, I almost went to work for him because I liked it so much. But I want to, before I give it any type of let's try this, I want to make sure I know how well it works or doesn't work in our cold climates. And it's, nothing lasts forever. And ultimately it's going to come down to, what are the council's priorities? Is it a priority to, water some of them, or do we want to do something and then not do something else for X number of years? And then that's going to be that cost discussion. And then a cost evaluation, if we do a polymer or an auto seal, maybe that's $200,000 that will last for, 5 to 10 years type of thing. And then so I don't know if there's a specific answer to your question, as we kind of get into this on what does the council want to do? That's going to be after I get the roads and come back and have that discussion. And then that will start kind of dictating which ones to look at and which ones will kind of fall off the table as being, a daily or a yearly or a monthly type of a maintenance activity that it sounds like you kind of want to get away from. At least for some of those. Sorry, I didn't ask the other. Yeah. So short answer, no, there's really nothing to say. Here's the magic elixir for a gravel road in Minnesota.
So looking at the numbers here, we have the first portion of this, the gravel road, or the updated scope of work and estimate. So the previous visit here, we were doing the bituminous roads, and it would include a rating, a CIP, and funding, right? And now we're looking at the additional to that packet.
Correct.
Gravel which would also include CIP. So the CIP would include the bituminous and the gravel.
Yeah, so the
And
the GIS map, so the GIS base map would include, all of the roads. And then the map will include a list of projects, you know, a green road, for instance, and actually, so this is kind of the start of that, you know, driving some of that. So that the orange ones are the gravel roads, the green ones are in good shape. And that's where, you know, you're doing a lot of crack seal, it looks like, and so particularly on the yellow roads. So in my mind, the next cycle would be a fog seal. Because as I mentioned, not only does the cracks start happening, you know, you get the block cracks and the longitudinal cracks, and the crack seal prevents the water from getting in those. But the oils cook out of the surface of the asphalt, and a fog seal or a slurry seal helps that. None of those are structural, it just helps protect what you have on the road. It helps eliminate the water from getting into the base, or what all havoc breaks loose. So it's essentially the same process for a gravel road. I will drive them, I will take pictures, we'll come back, we'll get them red, yellow, and green on the map, and then come up with some projects on what's first we'll do that, I'll bring the map back up here to kind of show you, and then we'll go over some of these, particularly on the gravel roads, whether it's the polymer or the auto seal or whatever. What does the council want to do with all or some of these gravel roads? And then how long do you want them to have them last without doing much to them? And so it's a similar type of, it's basically the same process for asphalt and gravel. We'll get them mapped out, we'll get the projects from, you know, how to rehab them or reconstruct them, and then make that presentation, and we'll go over kind of the priorities, and then start building that CIP.
And then the project planning and grant writing, will, again, is basically the same program.
Yes. Mhm. There's fewer grants for gravel type roads. These were, I put some money to this because these were the added, the other things that we can do from the last memo. And then so a grant, you know, a typical grant would be up to, say, $5,000 worth of efforts for a couple of grants on a project. Well, the federal grants have a lot more strings attached and typically, take a lot longer to do. But we would look at a project, add grant funding opportunities, and say, we think this grant or these 2 or 3 grants are best for this type of a project. I believe you have a local road improvements grant for that field culvert. It was several years old, but that is
It's considered a bridge.
no.
I don't know what bridge it is, it's a culvert.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, that's a really, there's small cities, there's local road improvements, there's lots of different things available for cities to rebuild those roads. One thing another one is to, be in good contact with the county and say, okay, what are they doing in the next year or 2 or 3 years, and see if we can piggyback on their contracts and get the scale, the magnitude of scales, the costs and things like that.
And I appreciate that, again, as I look through this, I'm thinking, well, a lot of this our staff is doing, and it might be helpful to evaluate each road. Hard pressed to find somebody who knows these roads better than Joe.
And actually, I swung by the office today, so my process is, and this is the MnDOT roadmap. And I'm using this as a base. We've got to call into the engineer and see if there's an updated one and make sure I'm getting all the roads. But what I like to do is I drop a copy of this map off of Joe. I'm gonna ask him to color in, you do yours, red, yellow, and green. I'll drive them, I'll do mine, and then we'll sit down and we'll compare them. See what's similar, see what's different, have a discussion of why we think things are, if there's any differences. I did the same thing with Baldwin Township up with Zach and when I was up there for a little bit, and it worked out very good. I I know roads, I don't know your roads. And that's why I want to make sure to get that, input in, from Joe for sure.
And so I'm not sure, you're looking at $18,750 plus, any grants at $5,000 each. But my concern is, we really have one project here, bituminous and blacktop, gravel. I know we did our other one, we talked about ditches, because that impacts gravel in particular. And our ditches will impact some of our blacktops, and I have problems because of poor ditching or water issues. So, we had talked about originally, with our original road study, blacktop, gravel, and ditches. And after that presentation previously, we talked about, we need to see the gravel part of it as well as the, I don't know where the ditches factor into that, but you mentioned bringing in the shoulders and some of those things. My concern is, by having this as a project, we've overstepped the $25,000 mark. And we need a second quote. And so for the council to be doing this as a project, we would have to get a second quote. Because we are at 21.2 and we're at 18,750, and, leaving the grant parts out of it. But looking at CIP, I really am excited about the CIP portion of it, in partnership with Joe, because taking his knowledge of the roads for 32 years, and I'm really excited for the people who live on the gravel road to see, is there anything we can do better to see? We discussed a company that was through last year with a piece of equipment, polymer, and some of the actually mixing class 5 in with the base and working dust control or other product into it. I think we would probably have a better road. If you could have a CIP to keep people from speeding on those roads, and keep the washboard down, that would help too. But I do think.
Washboarding does kind of helps control the speed too, so it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Kind of makes it, but then it also controls it for those of us who care about it.
Exactly.
But I do think, up to the council, but I think that since we've gone over the 25,000 threshold, we do need to have a second quote.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Randall.
would it be, advisable to ask our attorney, because one is asphalt, one is gravel, they're two separate things. We may not do something with one or the other, if that would be appropriate, and then we would be under that. But
I think it would be possible. I think my concern is we're basically putting it on the same CIP, because that's the way we treat our roads, is what do we need to do for gravel, what do we need to do that. But certainly it's worth asking the attorney that, because he has said that in different projects before, that if it's bid out separately and there's absolute distinction between it, this person's doing this person's doing that. It's worth asking. My concern is the same company doing the same CIP with roads, but one's gravel. So I think that it's reasonable to ask,
well,
so we stay out of trouble.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that the council, directs our city administrator to contact our city attorney to see if there is a way to separate these out without getting ourselves in trouble and being able to move forward. If we choose to go through with the second piece of it.
Okay, we have a motion, Councilor Rainville, to direct staff to ask the question of the attorney. Obviously, it'd be nice to have that in writing, Scott, so that the council can see the question you asked and how the attorney responded, so that we're clear on the distinction that he makes. It does come back to us later. Do we have a second to that motion? I have a motion, Councilor Rainville, second, Councilor Platteville. Any other discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor, please signify. Well,
Sorry, I'm
Councilor Ryan.
trying to think, put this through. I'm curious, Councilmember Rainbow, can we pass this contingent on the attorneys or okay that? Would it be okay to amend your motion if we could pass this with a contingent of the attorney's approval?
I would be, acceptable for that.
Yeah, I think the concern there is, we jumped the gun and we don't know how this compares to anybody else. We have an engineering firm here that to work with right now that have quoted the same thing. And so, $18,000 for something I think Joe does all the time is a little concerning, especially since we don't know if it's acceptable to have two different CIPs for roads until we hear from the attorney on it. But I'm not, if you want to go that route, I'd like to talk about $18,000 for what we're getting here.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Flattable.
How long does your road study last? For instance, if you do the roads, would we need, and we didn't get them done this year.
Mhm.
After you came back, how long does that last?
I like to do 5 to 10 year CIPs and then rate the roads every, 5 to 7 years is a good one. We just redid St. Augusta, but they've got, 2/3 of the road miles. We just redid Hector this summer, but they only have 8.5 miles. But yeah, I mean, it can. It kind of depends. The roads I've looked at so far have been in pretty decent condition. So, as I kind of drive down and look at, and I'll concentrating on the asphalt roads from the last meeting. It can be, we can write it up as a 5-year or a 7-year. I wouldn't go much past that because then, because it can change every year depending on traffic and weather and things like that. So typically the 5 to 7 years is what I would recommend.
So when you say that, this 18,000, you update that every year for no additional cost?
No, sir.
Okay, so that's what you have to ask.
Yes.
How long does it last and how much does it cost each year?
Mhm.
Because this is the initial, and like I say, as I was going through the packet, I'm not, other than the incorporating some of this and some of the discussion we had last fall with the equipment supplier, polymers and some of those things, I'm not understanding what we would gain from this that Joe doesn't know. Other than it'd be nice to have it in a capital plan along with it. And that's why I say, to me, it's not distinguished because it's part of the capital plan.
Mhm.
We have 3 types of roads here: county roads, bituminous roads, and gravel.
Right.
And the county roads, hopefully, we don't have to worry about for a while. But we do have to have capital plans for a while
Mhm.
on others. And so to me, it smacks of the same thing because it's the same capital plan. And I'm certainly willing to let the attorney do it, but I would be opposed to approving it without further discussion. And that's why I thought, let's not have that discussion until we know what the attorney says, because it's a lot of money on top of 21,000. I'd like to see how that capital plan is different. What are we getting for, gravel road assessment for 12,700? Because we're already doing a GIS based capital improvement plan for 6,000 here and 6,000 here. And so to me, if it's the same plan, we have a different discussion. So I would like to, if it's okay, hold off on the approval of this until we hear from the attorney. And if that's the case, the attorney says, no, you really do have to get 2 quotes. Then we're talking apples to apples with 2 or more providers. If that makes sense.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember
are
Radio.
you saying then we also, have to go out for quote on the asphalt too? Or does
That would be up to the attorney. We already
Yeah.
approved the asphalt. So we'd have to tell the attorney, we approved that already, but now we're looking at additional. So we probably shouldn't have this at the same time we're discussing this as a capital plan. I thought when we were doing a road study, it would include like the last one, blacktop and gravel. But having done them separately and having approved this previously, I think that's information that the attorney has to understand too. Because we're really doing the same capital, like just 2 different types of services.
Mr. Mayor?
John,
The 12,000 is labor to get out there and drive all the roads. And like you said, Joe knows those. And there could be a couple of options. One, I'll continue on with the asphalt ones and come up with those projects. And if it could be an option where, Joe could do the red, yellow, and green on the gravel. And he and I could talk about the different options. And then we'll see how we can get those into the capital plan without having us to go out there and have all the labor for us to drive each gravel road and rate that ourselves. We could use Joe's information and bring that in, develop the projects, put his colors on our map. If that could be another option.
And, obviously Joe is part of the capital improvement team and you mentioned the road, he'll tell you more than you care to know about. We
We've
do
had a
trust,
couple
we do
chats.
trust Joe to know his roads pretty well. And that probably makes sense to say, rather than spending $15,000 doing what Joe might already have readily available. I mean, if Joe weren't here for some reason and we were starting fresh with somebody, this makes a lot more sense to me. But when we have somebody as knowledgeable and familiar with these roads as Joe, that's a lot of money. And I'd be interested to see $6,000 to develop a GIS base when we've already got $6,000 to develop GIS base over here. Can that be something that said we're just incorporating Joe's stuff into, a CIP plan that we've already put on the GIS here? You've got all our roads in front of you there. So, I mean, I think it makes sense to discuss it a little further.
Cool.
Like,
And I can get back with our GIS folks and, get an idea from them just to put the gravel roads on the map. And then, and not for us having to drive them. If, Joe comes up with the colors, and I can, I can look at a couple different things, once, I'll talk to the city attorney. Looking at incorporating Joe's colors on our map. Looking at incorporating the projects and kind of discussing with Joe and potentially back with council on what you want to do with the auto seal, with the polymer, with the sodium chloride, different things. And then kind of coming and getting, priorities on how you want to look at the different gravel roads, or do you want to look at them globally and do something similar like the asphalt roads? Or is there a dirt road that you don't get to but a couple times every few years? And I would hate to put, we're gonna fully, auto seal that or polymer that when maybe that could be.
yeah, there are some of those roads that are less traveled. There's also some that are traveled more heavily and we just can't keep
Can't keep up, right.
So we need to know what's going on.
Yeah, exactly.
Really easily, if you keep it under $3,800, and this is not a question.
I will ask that question.
Then you're 25,000.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
quick question. Do we know how long the GIS-based interactive map will be maintained and accessible for the city's use? Or does that at some point cease to be maintained?
That I don't know.
It's a very good question. It's a web-based map, and there's a couple ways. If we start doing the projects, then I would update that map on every time a project is done. So if a road is reconstructed, it goes from red to green. The date goes on that it was done, and then that's kind of an ongoing update for the map.
So let me go back to, kind of going back to Councilmember Flattables' question. So we're looking at what was previously approved on the bituminous, GIS, the document review, the site visit road ratings, and the GIS and capital improvement. And so as you're saying, this would be updated. We do some road maintenance this year, so it goes from one color to another. Are we looking at cost each year? So this is to get it done initially. This is the GIS, the CIP, to go out and evaluate the roads and give them ratings. And so we get that all in the system for $21,200. And then next year, when we want that updated, what typically are costs like that to update the capital plan, to extend it out and update because that's one of the things, we have a road study, but maintaining it and using it in capital hasn't been as robust.
Right.
So, but what would the likely cost? I mean, obviously, we know what the local bread's gonna be next week. What's the likely cost on that?
I mean, literally, it's, with a GIS technician, it would be taking our entry level engineer, be taking off that project off the map. It will be changing the color from red to green and putting the note on there. So probably just a couple of hours. So, an hour for them to do it, probably a half hour for me to look at it and review it. So not much at all. And this is a little unique situation. So we do this I think almost exclusively for cities where we are the city engineers. And that is, built into our general engineering costs most of the time for updating it. So to go out there and re-rate it every 5 to 7 years, then that's, it's a task order on how long we think it would take. And with the master service agreement, it's a task order to re-rate the roads in, 2032. And then, I'll come back with Scott with a cost on what that would be. For updating it, depending on how many projects are done, I think it'll just be a couple hours from a GIS technician to updates with the color, the notes, and add any or take away any projects that were on the map.
And so you say this is typically a relationship as you're the city engineer for these communities you're doing this for. So they would own the documentation. And who owns this mapping? So if we wanted to have
If you pay me to do it, it's yours.
okay, we're at the capital plan. I just want to know that, we're not being held hostage. Somebody's saying, oh, that's our document, and you gotta use the capital.
Right.
Because I'm looking, when you say 5 to 7 years, and you're talking about fog sealing and crack sealing and some of those type of things. 5 years, 7 years out, maybe significant change on some of those.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Right, yeah. And then we would, like the yellow roads. From my background on pavement management, I'd like to keep the good roads good for longer. So it extends that very expensive reconstruction, because a typical road is a 20-year life design. And it gets really, really bad at year 15 or 16. And then after 4 or 5 years, you reconstruct it, then the cycle goes. With the crack sealing and the fog sealing, that is pennies on the dollar for the road construction. And then every time you do that, it keeps, it keeps the water out, it keeps the oils in. And there's, for some cost, you're gonna extend that life. I like to do fog sealing on like a 3 or 4 year rotation. You pave it, after 2 years, you fog seal it and you crack sealing in there. And then every 3 or 4 years, you fog seal it again, just to keep that, I guess we'll call it the skin on there. And you do that 2 or 3 cycles, then you start coming up with a slurry seal or a micro slurry seal, which is about a ½ inch, still not structural, but it gives you a new surface. And anything that is on the old surface that isn't fixed or crack sealed will reflect up like it does in all asphalts. Do that a year or 2, and then you start getting in. So then you're out, you're already out 15, 20, 25 years. Excuse me, then you start talking about the partial depth or the full depth mill and overlay. And you can do that, as long as you've got a good base, then, that is probably a 10 or 15 year cycle. Then you're talking about 40 years with the full reclamation or full reconstruction.
In your slurry, do you have any chip seal with the slurry?
Yeah, I do, chip seal or double chip seal, yes. I like that a lot.
All right, so we'll go back and clarify the motion we have right now. Company Reagan said you modified it, we go back to the original motion, or?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so the motion is to, add direct staff to check with the attorney. To give them the background here, we've got a blacktop proposal, document review, road ratings, business site road ratings, develop road rating map and the GIS data, and roadway improvement projects estimated cost. Did that include the CIP. I wasn't seeing that here.
The original one was the GIS-based map. And then, if I remember correctly, the memo was they had a service we could do the CIP. And that is, you know, really develop, you know, much more than just a spreadsheet come budget time. So we've got a CIP program that is web-based. I can build all those projects in there from that map and in what year. And then each project will have a picture, a description, and then it'll have, you know, similar spreadsheet than that is in most budgets. But with that, I can sit here at a work session, call that up, and you can call it up at any time that you want to as well. But I can call it up and we can say, okay, let's say we apply for and get a $300,000 grant for road X. I can sit here at the work session, put that in there, and then we can say, what if we put, you know, bring another project forward, or take that $300,000 and put another project. That's an exercise we can do with that CIP map, or with the CIP program.
So module, if you will.
Yes.
So is that part of this original 21-2?
I think it's
I
just
don't
the
see it.
map. I think it's just the GIS-based map.
So, because I see on the other one for the gravel, I see the developed GIS-based capital improvement plan.
Right, so I think I think in the original memo, there was 3 or 4 added, you know, additional things that we could do, and one was a CIP. So we'll put the projects and we'll do the road ratings, we'll put all the projects on the map, we'll sit down and we'll talk about priorities. And then if the council wants, I can put all those projects in a CIP. And that becomes the full CIP.
I must have missed that, because I thought when we voted that last time, that included the CIP, but that was an option, it wasn't part of the 21.
Correct.
Okay,
Then I'll have to double check, but I think that's how it was.
so with that, if we're getting the GIS-based CIP capital improvement plan, with the second one, we'd have to see then what the cost would be to have that for the bituminous and the asphalt. So the clarification is we're saying we need to know what we bought last time, and how it compares to what we're buying this time, and if they're completely separate projects. And I guess to the council, if we're doing the bituminous, I'd like to see it part of the CIP plan. I thought that's why we were doing the road study, so we held off on CIP discussions because we thought this would be bringing in CIP. So we need to know how that also impacts the original bituminous bid we did, because that could put that over 25,000 as well. So the discussion is if we added anything like CIP to the original, it puts it over 25, do we have to rebid that? And then if we combine these as one basic project, roads being either blacktop or gravel, does that push us over the threshold to get a second quote, at least one more quote?
So,
So does that explain what your motion was, Councilmember Randall?
Yes.
And what your second was, Councilmember Flatter?
Yes.
I'm going to say one more thing.
yes, thank you. So when we do the map, the road ratings and list all the projects, we will have the dates on there that can go into a CIP. It's just not fully developing that CIP program and getting everything in there that we have that's web-based for you guys to access.
Yeah, we'll just need to know what that is,
Yeah, so all the projects will have dates and then costs.
and what that looks like compared to your CIP, $6,000 CIP we got on the other page. So, okay, any other discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those that vote in favor of asking the attorney and Councilor Rainville, can I add to that just so we can see what the question to the attorney was in writing and what the answer was in writing? So, Councilor Flattable, agree to that amendment?
I do.
All right, so that, written request to the attorney and his written response to the council as to the distinction on this project is whether we need to get an additional quote based on the cost of the total package. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Sorry for that.
No, I appreciate the the opportunity to be in front of you again, and then,
We just gotta make sure we keep things
oh,
legal.
absolutely, absolutely. But I will continue on the asphalt portion from last meeting, correct?
Yes,
Yeah, okay, perfect.
and I'm assuming the council says yes. Okay,
All right, thank you very much, I appreciate it.
thank you.
Mhm. Oh, and I apologize for Tara, not being here. She is trying to keep Fergus Falls out of an MS4 nightmare. They were audited by the MPCA 3 years ago and then got a fine. And they were audited this year by the EPA, which is a much bigger issue. So she's trying to keep them out of hot water. So,
So, was she part of the previous audit? By the PCA?
yeah. Yeah,
So, yeah, that's when we were told that our audit line, you know, they're not all gonna be this nice in the future.
exactly. So that's why it's, no, they thought it was all done, because they complied with all the MPCA stuff, but. Yeah. So, thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate the patience.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
All right. So Craig Stolte? You get to follow that. So Craig is here to present a proposal for IT services. We have a managed service agreement that showed up tonight. I assume there's one of these in the back. Okay. So we have a managed service agreement. Is it gonna be significantly different than what's in our packet? Did you have another? No, I'm saying that what we got in our packet, there was some information on them. Because I haven't had a chance to look at this. Is this a full? I know you don't typically do contracts, but this would be the equivalent of a contract.
Correct. So it should just come with that.
But the minor changes that you added to it.
Okay. Oh, certainly, yeah.
Yeah, this is-
Maybe address it, because maybe all don't have.
No, we just got this, and I'm looking, and I look at the back page, like, and there's something about, historic city hall building, sonic wall for 1166, public works building, 1166, fire stations, 850, so a total of 3217, another. So all of a sudden, I'm looking at ballpark figures of $4,500. I don't know what's in here, since we just got this. But,
That's all the changes that you made.
Certainly.
so maybe we start with, so I've got some new information here tonight that we'll have to discuss, but maybe we just start with the presentation on the request for council action that we have here. And maybe Scott, you can kick it off, because you've been researching this for a couple of years and appears that you landed on a good proposal here. You want to just introduce it, if you will, and
Sure. So in your packet, you see there that, what we're gonna be here talking about tonight. Craig put together some information, so we sat down with him, probably over a month ago or so now. I've been looking, as you know, today our providers, Arby's of Elk River. And, we've talked from time to time as a council about, what are our options and you all know that I've kind of gone through different contracts with different providers, kind of taking a look at, does it still make sense? What are the costs? What are our options and so on and so forth? And we've sat down with, 3 or 4 different companies, not including Craig up to this point. And, what we found out is some of the companies that we've been talking about are really designed for larger cities and a lot more users and so on and so forth. So when we came, across Craig's name, and he was highly recommended, and we did some research and talked to some folks that he works with on a regular basis for, when I say regular basis, 30 years, 25 years. Quite a few, some local businesses, and people that I know, even in Elk River. We were very happy with when we sat down with Craig, what he was, proposing that he could do. The cost users were able to do it. We actually took them around to the different buildings. He looked at all of our equipment, our AT room, what it's gonna take to have an initial startup and what, it looked like on a monthly basis. So, with the caveat that I did talk with Randy, the owner of Arby's, and we did, come to an agreement because I wanted to make sure that we were on the same page that our agreement with them, our contract was no date of September first. And I'm looking to, if council decides that we want to go in another direction, I wanted to make sure we had somebody in front of you that you could talk to and hear what they have to say in the presentation in time where I could still give a 60-day notice come July first. I could give a 60-day notice to RVs and we would be able to transition out with one and in with the new guy. So that was the whole idea. That's the timeline that we're on right now. So when we talked to Craig, after I confirmed that with Randy, we talked to Craig, so we asked him to put together what he could. He gave us the initial paperwork that you have in your packet. And then, I don't remember, but very recently, there was a couple tweaks or a couple changes that he made to try to make sure that we asked him to try to get a few more solid numbers. So that's why you got the second piece of information there tonight. And I think he's prepared to talk about it a little bit, but that's why you got the second type, because I asked him to put a few more numbers to a little bit more firm up those numbers than what we had in the packet as of last week. So that's why I would share on there. Thanks.
All right,
I think that feeds it up. I think I hit everything on it. I didn't read it verbatim, but I went through it. So with that, take it away.
Okay, yeah, Tools for Business is the name of the company. My name is Craig Stolte. We're a managed services provider, just computer services and support. I've been doing this since 1984 started with Apple IIe's, and then of course the IBM PC rolled out in 1980 and had some involvement with that. And I've been doing computer work ever since. In 1989, I ran as an independent and had my first customers, and it's been, I guess, steady computer work for my entire career. We were asked to take a look at what the city has, and I don't have 100% clear perspective of it. I had a brief look at the equipment and some paperwork to analyze, but I came up with, I think it's a small enough environment that it wouldn't take a lot of ongoing maintenance and support. There's only like a dozen computers and 10 regular users, and we have environments that mirror that. And we can usually support them in 2 to 4 hours a month. 2 is our minimum. So it seemed like it would be a nice fit. There are some things that the city would have to transition away from with RVs. My understanding is there's some leased equipment that would leave when they leave. So the Sonic Wall quotes that you have are to replace some Barracuda firewall routers. The firewall routers are what the buildings talk together through a VPN tunnel, and then also establish your internet services. So they're critical. And we go with Sonic Wall. It's considered a security appliance. It is a firewall router, but it gives you, a little added security. And I'm not 100% sure about the ubiquity wireless access points. There was some discussion on those. But if they have to be replaced, we would probably go with what they call a FIPS security compliant device. They're not any more expensive. Actually, they're less expensive from Aruba, and we would replace the wireless as well. I think they're around $300 a piece, but I can get you exact numbers. Computer prices change regularly. So, the quotes are estimates, but they're in the ballpark. There's not going to be anything shocking with the new price, either up or down. And literally it can go both ways. So those prices that you have are good ballparks, but they could be $10 lower tomorrow, or 10% lower tomorrow, or 10% higher. As far as the services, there's nothing that I saw in the computing environment that was foreign to what we do. It seems like it's all industry standard stuff that we could transition to very, very quickly and easily and painlessly for the city employees. So if the decision is to go with tools for business, we could turn on a dime, we could have you up and running on our stuff in a matter of hours. So, you know, like a day, and be supported. There's questions about the level of support, so I tried to write the proposal so that it was flexible. You can pick the level of support, how much commitment you want. You save a little bit of money by making larger commitments. And then the backups are another thing that's a variable. Some people like to have backups with business continuity, and business continuity, for those who aren't in the IT world, is where if your server crashed, the device could take over as your server temporarily while you were trying to get the server running again. Or if a tornado, God forbid, would come through and wipe out the building, you could spin up your server in the cloud and access all of your information on the cloud. So the business continuity is literally that. You can keep doing business no matter what's happening in your environment, but it's a little more expensive for that feature. And if environment can get by with, 24 or 48 hours of downtime, you can do different backups that have local devices and cloud storage, but that would take a day or two to put back the environment. And if you can live with that, you save, 30, 40, even 50%. So it just depends on what the city desires for that level of service. And then I came to just answer questions if there are questions about specific technology that the city is using, or if you have some concerns, I'm happy to just answer questions.
So, one of the questions I had is, I'm looking through option 2 is, it's what we seem to be leaning towards. $775 a month base charge, additional 35 for, pre-filtering emails, 95 for server backups, 250 for initial cost of local backup device, replaced every 36 months, and additional hours billed. So when we look at, and down below it says, increase and decrease based on the number of covered devices, roughly $7 per workstation. So for a number of years, we talked about having tablets or laptops, something for the council here. So we're not using hundreds of pages of paper per person. And looking through, so the additional piece of information we got tonight, it looks like everything through page 10 was in our packet previously. There was some additional reading on cybersecurity. On first couple of pages. And then there's some onboarding costs on the last page. It looks like it came out last Friday. And so when we look at the buildings, we have historic city hall, town hall here, where public works building, city offices, I don't know if those are separate. And then the fire station. And these look to be to replace the Barracuda on those three.
That's correct.
So is this a one-time cost? And
It's sort of a one-time cost. They come with 3-year subscriptions for their security products and support. So the way that SonicWall normally works is they try to steer you through the cost of the subscription renewal in 3 years to just buy an upgraded product. So the cost for replacement is only a few percentage higher than the subscription. So often we'll just replace the units in every 3 years. They can run without security subscriptions, but it's not recommended. It's kind of the word of the day.
in this day and age, no.
Right, it's kind of the word of the day is security. It's, if somebody was able to plow through that security packet or that message that I sent, it used to be productivity. Computers were to gain productivity. Well, now it's a given that they gain productivity. You can't not use them in this day and age. So now it has switched to keeping them secure and running. So yeah, the subscription will end after 3 years and need to be renewed or the item replaced at near the same cost. The city would own them. Right now, you're leasing the Barracudas. I have no idea what those costs are or how they compare to purchasing your own.
So in that, you're talking about, right now, in this building, a TZ 370, in Public Works, a T3 C70, and in the fire station, a TZ 270. So when we talk Public Works, is that our city offices and it's just that
Yeah,
building? So-
That building.
And it says if a 470 is necessary, what would cause a 470 to be necessary?
I didn't know how much bandwidth it took or how much hits this took when you're having meetings. I don't.
Very low right now, we'd like it to take more.
Okay. So, number of users and just the amount of action that's occurring on the device can impact performance. So for instance, if you were running a classroom and you had 10 people remotely taking the class, you would have a certain amount of usage compared to if you had 1,000 people, trying to get the class. That would increase by multiple times. So a larger device is needed to handle that extra packet routing and such. So my guess would be that the 370 is going to actually be too big, but I hadn't participated in a meeting here before, and I didn't really understand how much bandwidth usage and people connecting to the wireless, and of course is connected to the firewall router. I just wasn't sure what kind of a burden it would be, but from what I can see, a 370 would be more than adequate here and at the Public Works building. And I think the prices that I listed will be real strong ballpark figures for what they could get it purchased.
So this is in addition onboarding costs. And probably something along this line every 3 years.
Yeah, the replacements are almost instant. You can, once you're in that Sonic Wall family, then any upgrades, the configuration migrates forward. So the cost of redoing it is basically the cost of the subscription and maybe 15 minutes of labor, which would be covered normally by the monthly allocation.
Yeah,
Councilmember Raymond.
I'm not an IT person, Clayton. But I do have a question in the presentation, it says page 78 of 205. You've got items that service included, service available, but both of them have dots. And some of them have dots and X's. Is the bottom one, shouldn't that be an X up here?
The bottom one?
Yeah, where it's service included, it's got a dot. And then
Mhm.
service available at additional cost. Should that be an X? And that's what I'm looking at these other ones.
Probably.
Okay.
I'm not sure how many people got my email to Mr. Bryan. But I confessed to him in the email that we don't usually do contracts. I've operated for 35 years with no one contract. And I don't know, I guess I'm getting old and it's kind of like my word is my bond kind of approach. So this was a little new to me, and our managed service or our remote management and monitoring company has a template, and I tried to adapt the template as a contract. So I apologize if it's a little messy.
So then another question I have is, we need, if we choose to go with it, we've got to take out the RVs equipment.
That's correct. Well, yeah.
And again, I'm not an IT person,
Yep,
so
yep.
take out what they are, is what they own.
That's
Or we lease from them and we install, and you install what we would be leasing or purchasing from you. Is there, do you see any issues with timing as far as the availability of what you're putting in to replace what they're taking out?
Yeah, I believe that if we get the information from RVIG, which is your service provider, that we could pre-configure the devices and they would be, like a 3-minute install kind of a thing. you might experience because of doing the 3 buildings, running from one to another, half-hour downtime.
I just don't want to have it too big.
And we could do it after hours so that it shouldn't impact anybody.
Oh, okay, all right. Then one other question I had was, you talk about the 3-year subscription lease versus then upgrading. So if we were to just renew our lease, we renew the equipment in the age it is now versus what it would be, what would be available in 3 years from now?
Right, so
It's better to go. Or,
better is probably the appropriate word in this case. Companies like SonicWall, Cisco, Aruba, HP, they work, that's their job, is to improve their product so that it's more secure, faster, just better. So it usually is the right move to replace the equipment, but I have 2 that are expiring on July 2nd, and in both instances, they were purchased almost immediately after the release of them as the new model, and there is not a new model 3 years later. So now we're just doing the subscription. So it can be that you would hit it so that you could use the same equipment for the next 3 years, but it's not likely.
And if I can understand and help from Ringo, you're saying is the question why we need to replace it or even up to the subscription? But for them to support the firewall, we would have to have something, either a subscription or a new piece.
and I understand that.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if, typically things change and computers change all the time, and so, yes, I would think that the majority of the time we would just purchase the new one.
That's correct, yeah, because it'll be just a very small dollar amount more to get a new appliance, that they call it, than to just get the subscription. But once in a while, we'll do whatever makes sense cost-wise and technology-wise at the time. And try to always err in the side of, the better price, the better value for the customer.
And then I have one other question, I apologize. As far as the number of users, so as the mayor stated, we're looking at possibly doing notebooks for the council versus paper. What type of increase would that be?
It's $7 each for the RMM, so the core price that I think is sitting at $561. You just take 7 for each additional piece of equipment. So if you added 10, you'd add $70 a month.
$70.
Yeah, and that covers the remote capabilities, the EDR, which is another fancy upgrade for antivirus. It's that software that we have to pay for, and then we have to pass the cost on. So it's a nominal cost, but something that you need to be aware of. We have allocated 15, and I think there's only a dozen, so you have 3 already to spare if you have 3.
So I have a question along those lines, with the fire department. We have equipment in the fire department, we have equipment in the trucks, we have computers in the trucks. Does this also cover those laptops?
I didn't know about those. That's good. Again, it just covers 15. So if you have the dozen that I'm aware of, and there's 4 in the truck, then with 1 short, we got set at $7 to the cost.
Okay.
But yeah, we would want those covered as well.
And then what about remote access?
So we use,
If somebody, we have, employees that we want to be able to work from home, or, contractors that need to get into the system for some reason, how do we control that?
yeah, it's a great question. It's also a big question. So I'll try to do the small version. The SonicWall provides VPN access for the client through either what they call a net extender or a global VPN client. So we use a VPN that would operate on whatever the computer the person remotely is using. They hook up to the firewall router through that secured channel, and then they're on the network. They're in the environment and they can do work. But within there's, do you want to remote control a stationary computer? Like, I'll pick on Chris. Let's say Chris wants to work from home. Does she want to just operate her computer at work from home? So that's one way to do it. Other ways would be if you wanted to have somebody get a remote session on a server, and they call that RDP, or the remote desktop protocol. So there's a variety of ways, but it all starts with a VPN connection through the sonic wall that's secured.
And so if somebody's working remotely, they can get into what they're authorized to get.
That's correct.
Say, the contractor would say, we want you to get into this program, but not all of our drives.
That's correct.
Um,
Yeah, so that would couple with server security as well. So they're two different things. They would authenticate at the VPN level first, and that would control some of where they could go. And then, of course, on the server, we could control very granularly exactly what they could have access to.
And so our administrator, what's your hotspot when you usually are on the road? My that include, is my from access?
Yeah, whatever the carrier in this case would be anything that gets you onto the internet will allow you to use the VPN to, if you can authenticate, to make the connection. So
I guess be the internet, and then if I want to get into the P drive, let's just say, I have to be in VPN to have that secure access to it. Yeah.
Okay.
I can't just go into it from any willy-nilly way. I have to be logged in through VPN.
And then this firewall allows that.
It does, yeah, it's a feature of it. Now, that's an interesting thing that you brought up though, too, because there's only a set amount of licenses that come with the Sonic Wall, and then you need to purchase more and it's like concurrent users. So if you anticipate more than 5 people wanting to be remoted in at the same time, we have to purchase additional licenses. I believe they're $50 each, and they also run for the 3-year duration. So if you have more than 5 people who want to get in, we would then make that purchase as well. It's not a monthly thing. It's just, it's a add-on product.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Rainville.
so that $50 for the additional over 5 users, if we go to 7, can more than 2 people use that VPN? With understanding that.
Yeah, it's for concurrent users. So you could literally put the VPN on 20 computers. It's just no more than 5 at a time. And there's also 2 net extenders. So there's actually 7 licenses that come with it. So we'd be able to accommodate 7 simultaneous users. Again, it could be installed on as many computers as we want.
And then the question on Microsoft, the 365, we currently don't own that. Correct?
I'm not sure if you're paying, so the way Microsoft works, Microsoft partners with people like myself. I'm a Microsoft partner, and they allow us to sell their product or resell their product, but we have to resell it at certain margins. I think it's 9%. And then the retail has to equal the exact same price that you would pay if you bought it directly. So, there's no benefits to purchasing it from someone else, but sometimes if people can change the name of it. So there's a product called Microsoft Business Standard, and that gives you Word, Excel, Outlook, and a mailbox. If I changed the name and I called it Tools for Business Office Standard, I could charge you more, but I can't sell it as Microsoft Business Standard and charge any more than what Microsoft dictates the price to be. What we
Let's
do.
go with that.
Yeah, well, what we do is I don't play in that sandbox. There's not, I lose money playing in that sandbox. We are a for-profit business, so losing money is not good. And so I don't play in that sandbox. What we do is we just put all the keys to the bus. You're called a tenant. So your tenant then would just belong to you, and you buy the licenses or pay for the monthly fees directly. I feel that that's a better way to do it, and it also gives, I don't know, some people have comfort knowing that they're not held hostage by that, but also you're paying the Microsoft approved price for those licenses. But within that,
Help us get to that point and everything.
yeah, we would just change the tenant. It takes a little while. the way they do it, like the days of the month that you change, and it's all set up so that you have to pay more. But that's just the Microsoft thing. I guess 60 billion is not enough for them. They need to get an extra 11 from us. So, but yeah, we'll just set up the tenant so that it's you'll manage your own licenses. You'll throw a credit card right on file with them and it'll bill the city directly.
Oh, I feel more comfortable now. So, approximately, what are those licenses?
I'm not sure what licenses you have. You're likely paying for a standard, but you might be paying a premium because that offers a little bit more security through Microsoft. If RV felt that was necessary for your environment. So you might be paying the $22 a month license, or you might have E3 licenses or E5 licenses. There's a variety of ways that Microsoft will help you empty your pocketbook. So we'll have to review that. Just make sure
That's something you work with staff on and say, this makes most sense to.
right.
Your
Once we have access to the admin account, we can very quickly go and see what you're using and paying for and help you to know if that's really what you want. There is no end to how much you can pay for security. So we just try to do it in a reasonable way, but I don't know how big of a target the city is either. I haven't worked with a city before, but we work with attorney firms, we work with mortgage companies, we work with other people who are in the financial services, like Temple Income Tax, local company. And we do the things that help them be compliant. I think they would be good enough for the city, but if you're a very, very big target, maybe we gotta step it up. I don't, but again, there's never enough. If you talk to a security professional, there's never enough you can do.
We're trying to convince people there's no internet in Nowthen, so nobody wants to target us.
There you go.
So I guess one additional question. So we're tying into our building official program. So they're tying in Banyan, they're tying into the program, and they do the permits online. How does that affect what we're doing security wise? Is that something they're monitoring, they're responsible for, or is that something
That's a
they're
good
tying in
question.
our system?
I'll answer that one. Rum River uses Google Docs. And that's pretty much what the whole format comes out of, is a Google Doc. So it doesn't really integrate. The only, connection we have from them now is the internet emails of saying this permit was issued, this permit was paid for.
But I'm thinking about the other one we talked about later tonight, the Banyan,
Oh, and that's
interfacing to our financial system.
right, and all it is an import. So basically, something like an Excel format
Mhm.
that will just import into Banyan.
Yeah, we would have to, in some instances, it would have to be allowed through the firewall order. When we start, we'll lock it down pretty tight. So there might be a little moment or two of uncomfortableness that, hey, how come I can't do this? How come I can't do that? And then we'll open it up, to the appropriate level. So there might be a problem with the file transfer for a moment, but it'll be corrected immediately.
And just with what's going on these days, you don't want anybody anywhere near your financials.
Mr. Mayor.
That's my right.
Craig, one question. I know, in the past, or at least we've had, because as you know, we work with IPS and they work with the security cameras and getting the data, off campuses, but then we also have, working with RVs as well as, our internet provider. If we need to make any changes along that line, do you have any issues with that as far as, because I know at one time we were trying to, we think there might be some ways where we can do some consolidating of network access to reduce some overall costs. Do you have any problems if we're working with IPS and using some of their equipment for stuff?
Just from the email, talking about the wireless, I don't know how to put this other than how I explained it in the email, where there's multiple ways to do everything in the IT world, and they're all good. They're all right. if you ask 10 different people like me who do what I do, you're gonna get 10 different answers, and they're all good answers. But they're different and they can't work together sometimes. So I don't wanna get into a position where what I'm trying to do adversely impacts IPS, or what they're trying to do adversely impacts the network. You know, when it comes to the network, I'd rather have it be part of our scheme, because we know it works. After 40 years of doing something, you get a pretty good idea of what works, like best practices. And I just like to make things work. So I don't want to have a conflict with them over like wireless, but I don't have to have a conflict with them over like a security camera system. That's different. That's at a different level, and they can run the camera system all they want. But I don't know if I mean, it's fine if we keep their wireless, but then I would want them to give me the keys to that bus so that I can make sure it fits.
It was more or less trying to consolidate our access points right now on the internet, so maybe we don't need all the different lines that we have through. So it's a matter of connecting this building with the fire station and with our office.
I see what you're
So
saying.
that in theoretically, we just need one, if we have one fiber point in that can handle the connectivity between the different offices, then that can lower our communications costs from that perspective, but there are challenges with working,
Yeah,
with working that all out.
it's a good question. But the alternatives, you still need to have a carrier. So we've had like wireless carrier, you're less than a mile, right?
Mhm.
So you could do your own point-to-point wireless.
Let me rephrase the question. If we wanted to do that, where we could do point-to-point wireless, would you be willing to, and if we need to make some changes and work with IPS to continue to get everything working from there, and would you be willing to work with them on that?
Yes, of course.
Wonderful.
Other questions? Thank you for jumping into that hot seat there.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks, have a great night.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Brett. So let me just clarify quickly. So what we're looking at on our resolution is, we're looking at option 2, monthly base charge, and we're sure the funds in. So an RCA. There's enough. So we're looking at 760.75 a month. You said 5 something, was actually.
Yeah, that's if you do the 2 hours, the minimum one was.
That was option 1.
Yeah, option 1.
You're proposing option 2, yes. So 760 plus whatever it's gonna cost us for Microsoft Office. We'll start picking up that charge, we'll hand out our credit card.
Which we're already paying now.
Yeah, you're already paying now, you're just paying it differently.
And then the cost for estimated the onboarding cost for 2,000 to 4,000 for equipment licenses. Does that include this additional information we got tonight on the Sonic wall?
The sonic walls were, well, let me check in what you're reading here.
So I'm reading, so I don't know, Scott, does he have our RCA?
He probably doesn't, you have the copy of that. This is what he's reading on, it's on the third council.
Oh,
You don't have it. Oh, this is what we put together.
oh, I see.
So we're looking at third paragraph down on this document.
Yep, I got you.
Multiple lines, choose from 2 hour service, 4 hours. We're looking at 4 hours for 760.75 a month plus charges for Microsoft Office. There'll be an onboarding cost for the equipment and licenses. These computers will be removing. The costs are estimated to be between $2,000 and $4,000. City will then own the equipment and the licenses. Licensees will be paid by the city directly. Does that include this document that's onboarding costs June 7th, 2024 that we got in the packet tonight? Because that looked like.
I don't think
that's
that
something.
I don't think that the number is large enough with the T370s and the 270, but it's in the ballpark. What we'll do is we can get you exact numbers once we know.
We're just looking at not to exceed them. I just want to make sure that we're not taking out anything other than the Barracudas. If there's anything else that RVs will be taking with them,
Yeah, and I'm not
you have to
sure.
replace.
Yeah, I'm not sure. My understanding is that the servers and all the workstations are owned by the city and not being leased. So that's my understanding. So
They buy them. We own them. I mean, we have to buy them through RVs,
Yes, we do.
but we buy them, so.
The biggest issue that we have though is that at this point, they wouldn't give us the passwords and stuff so that Craig could get into it to see exactly what we have.
We're shooting blind a little bit. We could make some estimates, but even with the backups, you know, I can't give you an exact price because I don't know the level of service you want, and I'm not exactly sure how much data there is. We made some good rough guesstimates of it. And so those are ballparks, but I can assure you I'm gonna be very right with the numbers. Our margins on backups are razor thin. We don't do the backups to make bank. We do the backups to keep, so I can sleep at night.
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify that when I'm looking at RVs taking their stuff back,
Yeah,
is there anything besides the Barracudas? I understand the Barracudas versus.
they might take some network switches. So each of the Barracudas takes the feed from Harvey and then it distributes it over these smaller network switches. But those weren't delineated in any of the documents that I received that those were leased. So I thought just the Barracudas were, but if you have to replace those network switches, and I assume they're power over Ethernet, you're probably looking at $100 to $150 a piece for those as well. So there could be some additional costs. I just don't know exactly what they're taking, but we'll be ready for them. You know,
Yeah, I just want to make sure this wasn't on top of, another 3,000 on top of 2,000.
Yeah. There could be some additional cost. It wouldn't be at the level of like a sonic wall cost. It would be more in the $100 to $200 range. But there could be some surprises like that. Nothing that should throw the budget out of whack too far.
Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so, and I appreciate Craig trying to explain all this because without having the access from RVs and all the passwords and everything go with it, even with the city administrators, they're very protective of it. But now if the council wants to move forward with something like this, then I will put Randy and request those again. And then that'll give Craig the tool that he needs to be able to fine tune some of these things right now. We wanted to kind of present the idea, we're moving along, what he can do, the background that we checked on, the references and everything we did. I mean, it just, and what Craig's been able to provide and answer the questions for us, the customer service has just been really top notch. So if the council is looking to do that, I will get the access that he needs and then we can fine tune something if we need to. I like to not to exceed part of it, but I think the $2,000 to $4,000 that's on the RCA that we put in there the window, we kind of specified more on what we received tonight with those prices. So.
Okay. Council, other questions? I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Maringo.
I move that we approve the resolution 2024 number to be determined. Approve the cancellation of contract with RD's computer services and transition the IT services for the city of Nowthen to Tools for Business Inc. Managed Service Agreement as of August 1, 2020. August 1, 2024. And I would put in there, an amount not to exceed $6,000.
All right, I have a motion from Councilmember Rainville.
I'll second.
A second from Councilmember Alden. Any other discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for your time and your patience.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
So Mayor,
Councilmember Bryant.
also to approve the professional services agreement with American Testing Agency based on the recommendation of our city engineer.
Yeah.
Vote from Councilmember Bryant, second Councilmember Rainville. Any questions or discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
And
Councilman Rainville.
I move that we adopt resolution 2024, retroactively accepting the infrastructure improvements and starting the warranty period for Woodhaven subdivision.
Have a motion from Councilman Rainville, we have a second.
Second.
Second from Councilman O'Brien. Any other discussion?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Rainville.
I do have a question, so we're asking them to provide us the AutoCAD drawings. Do we want to give them a date as to when they need to have them to us by? And that would be on the next resolution coming forward. I don't know if that's something that they already have, if the city administrators talk to them, do they already have them, or just waiting for them in the mail, or do they still to be developed, it could be 6 months, what?
This warranty period expires in 2 months, so hopefully they got that done already.
Well, I would hope so, but I just asking.
I was surprised because I didn't realize, looking at, it, I thought it was like a cut and paste because both of these things were done on September 13th.
Yeah.
2022, and I didn't think Woodhaven's been around that long, Brian's Bend's been around quite a bit longer, so it was unusual to see both of these coming out at the same time.
Mr. Mayor, I kind of came about because the developer wanted to get his letter of credit released and his, basically get the escrow taken care of and get his escrows back. And Shane did checking in it when I asked about it. He said, oh yeah, we need to get done with this at the 2 years and the city has to accept them. So that's kind of what spurred all of this. So they both have just over $5,000 left in escrow. Shane has been working with them to make sure that they have everything into us, which is why it's making this recommendation.
So the question, Councilman Rainville on the AutoCAD, did that come up in any of this?
Just that Shane said he would have everything.
Yeah, everything, we don't have to worry about it if we approve this.
Nope. That is what
Moving along to expire on September 13th.
There's a motion on the Woodhaven subdivision. We have that, so
That's still around, we'll take this.
Very.
You're at the discussion.
yeah, so all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Bryan.
make a motion to accept the infrastructure improvements and starting the warranty period for Brian's Bend subdivision.
Second. That motion, Councilman Bryan, second, Councilman Rawl, any discussion?
I think it's got my name on it.
Oh. Seeing and hearing no discussion, other than Cam's probably making a lot of money. You wish.
It's a lovely development. I do love working.
Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. And we own the property. All right, we don't have a fire chief with us tonight. Fairly limited report. Anybody have any questions, but we'd like to send it back to the chief. Seeing and hearing none, we'll move on. Those watching online, this is part of our packet, so the fire department report for the month is online as part of our packet. Not a lot of activity this month, so that's good. I do want to say that the one fire we did have, we don't have a lot of fires, which we're grateful for, but the crew responded extremely quickly. It was a garage fire to attached residence, and they saved the home. Didn't save the truck inside the garage, but did a remarkable job getting them and putting that out. So we're very proud of them. All right, Chief Deputy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would you like to address the council from my spot here, or should I go to the hot seat for the mic? What do we? You can go. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, council, citizens of Nowthen, my name is Bill Jacobson. It is my honor to serve as the chief deputy for the Anoka County Sheriff's Office and the city liaison for the city of Nowthen. I will start off just with a quick remembrance of Officer Jamal Mitchell, Minneapolis police officer killed in the line of duty. Our office, along with cops from across the Midwest, said goodbye to him today. This is something we've been doing at an alarming rate. I have worn this band across my badge more in the last few years than I have probably in the previous 5 years of my career. And that's something that you can see in the numbers when it comes to assaults on police, violence against police, shots fired at the police. Those numbers have been increasing at an alarming rate. So I just want to thank our partners from across Minnesota who continue to put on the uniform and continue to put on badges just like this and take on the challenges that come with that every day. And I am so grateful for the partnership we have here in Anoka County and Nowthen, because we feel supported here. We know that the work we do is appreciated. And seeing what happened to Officer Mitchell is frankly, it's heartbreaking, and we're seeing it a lot. Just know that no matter what challenges come our way, as deputies here in Anoka County, we are going to be here for your citizens. And in the same way that Jamal was there for the city of Minneapolis.
Okay, can I just add along the lines, and thank you for that. We do appreciate, and certainly our condolences to his family and to the Minneapolis brotherhood. But as law enforcement, and Jamal was out there in a solo operation there. And I know our deputies are solo operators, and it's a little different environment here. And we do appreciate the backup and the response of the Sheriff's Department. There is an incident, how responsive they are. But is this affecting how law enforcement is approaching something? Do they continue the ambushes? It's got to be unnerving. Are responses slowing? Are people needing to be more cautious?
Mr. Mayor, Council, it's something we train for on a regular basis, but we are training a little bit differently. I'm not going to talk too much in detail about how we train to watch for these types of situations, but the answer to your question is yes, it's changing how we respond. It's changing some of the training we do. And I will say, you know, our work here in Anoka County, our deputies almost always work single officer cars. And our backup in some of the rural parts of the county can be 10, 15, 20 minutes away. So when you have cars up here in Nowthen or around the east side in Linwood or Columbus, they are working with the understanding that their backup is a ways away. So that also changes how we train. There are times when we're going to wait for another car to get to us, or they'll change our tactics a little bit, but it is a heavy weight on all of our cops that are responding on the front lines right now, because it's all over the news. And I think I was emailing with, I think, Councilmember Rainville about a firefighter being shot in this incident in Minneapolis as well. That's two now, two firefighters shot, the one in Burnsville as well. You don't hear about firefighters being shot on the line of duty, and frankly, I don't ever want to hear it again. But to see it twice within a few months' time in Minnesota is, it's a heavy burden, and it is changing how we respond, but just rest assured, we are going to respond. We'll be there to call. We're going to do the best we can.
And along that line, we've got excellent working relationships with the police forces around us, Ramsey and St. Francis. I'm not sure how we do it out River. We have deputies in Oak Grove, but you say in the more remote areas, response time can be longer. Typically, if there's an incident, everybody working together. I'm assuming that's still a robust relationships that we have.
Mr. Mayor, we do work very closely with both St. Francis and Ramsey in this area of the county. We also, on the southern part of our patrol area, work closely with cities like Coon Rapids. And Wyoming PD has been a good partner for us on the east side. We are able to more closely connect with the agencies in Anoka County because we're on the same radio channel. We're on the same dispatch, so we can see where everyone is, hear the calls come in, and we can kind of move around like that. When we work with Elk River or Wyoming, it takes a little bit more coordination because we can't hear each other right away. So, but yeah, you will see us respond in large groups when we need to. And of course, we thank St. Francis PD and Elk River PD and all the Ramsey PD, of course. They're important partners and they're there when we need us too. So it's very helpful.
Do deputies respond into those areas? If called, or how do you respond?
Yes, we have, our full strength, we have 4 county-wide cars. So we have 4 cars that are assigned to patrol anywhere in the county that they're needed. So you will see from time to time, those cars responding in other jurisdictions if they need our help. And you will see, you know, for example, an Oak Grove or an Oak Grove car or a Nowthen car responding into a neighboring jurisdiction on an emergency basis to help if needed.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Councilor Reagan.
I'd also like to thank, the County Sheriff's Office for your assistance for MPD today. And I mean, the badges we saw were all over the nation, so it's a terrible thing to see. But the support that law enforcement gives each other when something like this happens it's just unbelievable. And one of the things we forget about at times is that not only does it affect that officer that lost their life, the other officers and firefighters that responded to that they will live with forever. And I saw the videos and the firefighters are jumping on the back of the fire truck to try to get out of the line of fire. And as a retired Minneapolis Police Department civilian, I really appreciate what law enforcement does for us on a daily basis.
Thank you. I will go into my report now, Mr. Mayor. This is the report for the month of May 2024. We had a total of 123 calls for service, down 61 year to date. Four reports out to bar none, 1 alarm call, 19 medical calls, and 9 animal calls. Couple notes on the bar none calls. We had a call of a 12-year-old that was out of control. We responded to help prevent the child from hurting himself, and that child was transported to the Lina, via Lina for crisis care. We also responded on the 26th.
Chief, can I ask on that? Is that the new program?
This one I don't believe was. On the 26th, we responded to a report of a female displaying self-harm, and she again was transported by North EMS for crisis care. Then we also had a couple of informational reports at the IS, which make up the 4 reports from the last month. A couple other calls from around the city on the 4th. As mentioned, we responded with Nowthen fire, unreported structure fire. We arrived and confirmed everyone was out. Those scenes we kind of serve at the direction of the fire department generally, so we assisted as needed there. On the 13th, 6:30 in the morning, we responded to a property damage report off of Cleary Road. Homeowner found his sliding glass door had been shattered and they found a bullet in the ceiling across from the door. Deputy went out, did some investigating and talked with some neighbors, did a nice job following up here because of course that's a concern to us. So sounds like what they determined was that a neighboring property had been shooting in the direction of the home and there wasn't really an appropriate backstop to be shooting into. In this case, it doesn't appear to be an intentional act, but the neighbor agreed to work directly with the victim and they're going to sort out making sure it gets fixed. So on the 21st, we responded to the 22700 block of Alvine Street, reported about animals that were roaming off their property. The city may have noted we've had a number of calls out to that address. In this instance, the CSO told the owner of the animals, hey, please keep your animals on your property. We've been there multiple times since and didn't end up issuing a citation ultimately in this instance because the animals keep coming off the property going on neighboring properties. So
What type of animals are we talking?
sounds like livestock. And there's video, some footage that the person that calls us has video footage generally of this livestock.
We've had a lot of things on Facebook last time.
There's a chicken person. cattle.
I don't know, I believe it's smaller livestock, from what I think out of the reports, but nonetheless, Chief, I believe that one were the guinea hens that were running loose. So, thank you. You're welcome.
Irritating in the morning, I'll tell you that.
We did issue we issued a warning, as we normally do, but that had been out there, you'll see it in my next report. Next month, we were out there again a couple times, and ultimately, we had to issue a citation, just to try to get the order to try to correct the issue, so.
So when you say that the animal complaints was 9 this month, was that, if you go out there multiple times to the same address, I just one more animal complaint?
Yesterday, yeah, yes. So if we go 2 days in a row, it's 2 different roles. So.
Okay.
On the 27th, we responded to the 101-700 block St. Francis Boulevard. That was a damage to the vehicle. The caller came up to his car and found that his tire had been flat and glitter had been thrown around inside the vehicle. This sounds like perhaps a relationship that went sideways. We located the suspect, who was a juvenile female. She was cited for damage to property.
I was gonna say, is this a new thing we need to know about? ATP and everything.
Litter.
While we would prefer people's, not mess with other people's property, at least TPA isn't doing damage. The glitter, boy, that'd be a mess to clean up, so, maybe that. The 27th at 5:44 PM, we responded to the 1700 block of 181st. This is a suspicious activity report. We've actually had more than one report like this where someone will post their vehicle for sale on, say, Facebook Marketplace. They'll arrange a test drive, and then the potential buyer has been finding a way to sort of sabotage the vehicle, make it seem less valuable. One instance was oil had been poured on the exhaust manifold, creating a bunch of smoke. In this instance, the potential buyer, presumably was there to unplug the intake, one of the sensors for the air intake. And then, try to offer a really low priced vehicle, which was then running very poorly. This is a new scam we're seeing. The owner of the vehicle was savvy enough to understand that something had been tampered with. Was able to plug it back in and the vehicle runs fine. So we did not end up naming who these folks were. It's actually pretty easy to create a Facebook profile, as you know. So just something to watch out for. And then just a quick comment on traffic enforcement. Our traffic enforcement in Nowthen is up. We had 188 stops year to date last year. We're up to 303 this year. As you'll see in the stats, the vast majority of our traffic stops are resolved via verbal warning. So we do tend to just sort of lecture folks about safe driving. We do issue citations when necessary. If you look at our citation list, a lot of those are for folks that are driving without insurance or driving without a license or exhibiting other very dangerous behavior. But the vast majority of our stops are verbal warnings. That's intentional. That's kind of our approach to a lot of these driving issues. But I will point out that we have now entered from Memorial Day to Labor Day, 100 deadliest days on Minnesota roads. And it's every year without fail, that 100 days is where most people are killed on Minnesota roads. The main factors leading to those crashes are the same every single year. It's going to be alcohol, distracted driving, speeding, and no seatbelt. So we're gonna be out looking for those types of violations to keep people safe. You can go to the Minnesota Department of Public Safety website. All the reports are publicly available that talk about the current crash numbers. 151 roadway deaths. That was the day that I issued this report. I'm not sure. In fact, there has been 2 more in Anoka County in the last week. So one involving a motorcycle, and then a second yesterday morning on Highway 65, you may have seen as well on the news. So roadway deaths are up significantly this year, which is concerning for us. You will see extra traffic enforcement on Minnesota roads throughout the summer. That does include Anoka County and the city of Nowthen. And you will see from time to time our specialty or unmarked vehicles out making stops. It's a good way to keep people safe. And I understand that there could be some controversy when it comes to unmarked vehicle traffic enforcement, but there is a specific statute that allows that work, and we think it's important because it helps keep people safe. So we use that to supplement our park patrol pretty regularly. So
Are you seeing a significant amount of distracted driving these days still?
Mr. Mayor, we do routine. I see so many people. I drive an unmarked car. I see so many people on their phones. It's more common to see them on their phones than to not see them on their phones. I have to be very, careful about what cars I choose to stop, because it would be my full-time job is stopping cars on my way from my meetings, but yeah, distracted driving and being on the phone. It's one thing to do it at a stoplight or a stop sign, still against the law. You still shouldn't do it, but I see it on these county roads all the time. People driving 50, 60 miles an hour, trying to text or in their phone. The technology is there. Siri will do all of that for you. You push the button on your steering wheel and you can tell her to text whoever, read your text. The technology is there. So we encourage people to use that because it's going to help keep them safe.
They pull over the side of the road and use their phone, is that a violation still too?
Mr. Mayor, they have to make sure that they're outside of the normal driving area of the road. So if they're to pull, they can't, on the highway, you can only stop for emergencies. So, the ideal situation is if they're pulling a parking lot or pull off the main part of the roadway. When the law was first written, they wrote it that way so that people wouldn't be allowed to text at stop signs and stoplights, because that still does create a distraction. It's less dangerous, but it still is dangerous. So they do have to get completely off text or to use their handheld device.
Councilmember Platt.
I just have a few questions.
Sure.
So first off, would it be helpful, we can post on Facebook everything that you just said tonight about the roadways, texting, and also the scam that's going through, because I know that you have sent other things which we've gotten some comments on that people didn't know, so I'll try to get those out.
Sure.
And then, I wanted to know about, the damage done. How is the homeowner as far as with the bullet coming through his sliding glass door? Was it pretty amicable? I mean, did he understand? And how far was the house? Were the houses? I mean, was it more of one of our neighborhoods or was it more acreage? I'm just curious.
Remember,
Look at the,
21400 block of Cleary, that's pretty rural, isn't it though?
yeah,
So
unless it was just across the street.
it was an adjoining property, but it was a ways, from reading the reports. I didn't look at the body cam footage, but reading the reports, it sounds like it was, the reporting party seemed to be pretty matter of fact about, the damage occurring. Obviously, in most of our municipalities, even firing a weapon would be illegal, but I think that our expectation was that they were gonna work together to get it resolved. The problem is, handgun rounds will keep going generally until it hits something, so. We just encourage people, if they are shooting on the property, you gotta have a solid backstop and solid aim at that backstop, so. But to answer the question, it seemed like they were gonna be able to solve it, chemically.
Okay, no problem. And then what else did I have? That was it.
Doing it, I don't know. Stops are gonna be happening. It's in place and I know people in Nowthen aren't looking to get stopped. We used to ask people, ask the deputy. They used to identify, we had X number of stops this time, and only 3 of them were Nowthenites, so the people passing through, but we don't do that anymore, but, with increased attention to traffic abnormalities, there will be locals as well as people passing through.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just to make a comparison, in May, we stopped 72 vehicles, and only 11 of those vehicles were issued citations. And about half of those were people driving without a valid license and those types of violations. So, as I mentioned, we do tend to issue warnings, but when it's necessary, unfortunately, sometimes that's part of our job, we do have to issue citations. So, fair warning, we're gonna be out looking for unsafe conduct.
So in that, obviously, we say traffic stops, we say traffic arrests, citations would be considered arrests. So if somebody were looking at this report, they can see traffic stops are up 303 to 188 last year. But citations or arrests, 28 this year to 41 last year, so. Most people getting warnings, are not seeing an increase in illegal or citation type stops.
Correct. When we report traffic arrests, that'll be any citation associated with a traffic stop and, so yes, you are reading that correctly and, that's been pretty
pretty standard. Our stops go up. The thing is, if you stop a car, yes, you're slowing that driver down because you're talking to them, but you're also slowing other people down who see, oh, the police out here stop people for things. I should maybe pay a little bit more attention to our driving time. So, even those verbal warnings, I think, I would argue have more effect to the community safety as a whole, because we're out, we're being visible, we're being proactive in talking with drivers and affecting that other traffic, so they know, hey, we're up and about, especially if you see an unmarked vehicle stop, people notice that, which is good, so.
You allowed him to say, hey, he's already stopped there, he's not gonna just go fast, he's not gonna stop me now, he's already busy.
As I mentioned, we do have 4 county cars that we find a way to now on a regular basis. So.
I appreciate that. Any other questions for the chief deputy?
Thank you.
Thank you, and again, just as a reminder to your team, how much we appreciate them putting their lives on the line for us. And they will have our appreciation continually now. So, thank you. All right. Planning and zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first item that I have is the Nowthen Pasture final plat review. Couple of key items on this final plat. It's 3 lots. We are securing a trail easement for a future trail along the county road. And the county highways have requested some access restrictions. So part of the plat does dedicate a little bit of access on the county road, with just locations that are pre-planned for that place. We still need to work through a development agreement for this project. It'll be pretty minor in terms of the amount of work that they have to do, but just wanted you to be aware of that we'll be bringing that back later. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Does that affect our passing this at this point?
No, it doesn't.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Rainville?
there are no questions. I will move resolution 2024, approving the preliminary plat for development known as Nowthen Pasture. One second.
A motion from Councilmember Rainville, second Councilmember Flagel. Approving the preliminary plat for development known as Nowthen Pastures. Any other questions or discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for your patience.
Did you
Yes.
say preliminary plat? This is the final plat.
No.
Resolution says preliminary plat.
It should be final plat.
Thank you for catching that.
Everything else in here looks to be,
Applications.
The agenda says final plat, so,
we'll make that change.
so for the official record, and yes, then the decision and finding the facts says final plat. So the motion we'll have again for final plat,
Final plat, yes.
and the second,
Second, yeah.
so we'll correct it to the motion final plat, all those in favor of approving the final plat for Nowthen Pasture, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you for catching that, thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Cindy. Bye.
The next item that we have is, kind of an unusual situation. It's acceptance of a parcel for residential development for Mr. Jordan. This consists of 2 PIDs that are currently 2 separate PIDs of approximately 40 acres each. In the past, it had been 1 80-acre parcel. Deeds were allowed to be recorded because they technically met state law for exemptions under subdivision regulations. But, Mr. Jordan would like to build a home on the parcel next door. Your ordinance requires that anything being used for residential purposes is accepted by the city council, so that's what we're asking for tonight with that resolution. They are seeking separately, CUP to allow a shared driveway, that the driveway is already in existence. And to have that driveway not be 15 feet off the property line. So that'll come to you later.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Rainville.
no objection. I move a resolution accepting a parcel for residential development.
Second.
Motion, Councilmember Rainville, second, Councilmember Bryan, please, all those in favor, or any other questions? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
The next item is an ordinance amendment related to your escrows for anything planning and development, engineering. So right now, in the past, we've been collecting escrow at the same time that you receive an application for any type of a development, and it's on a set fee schedule that has no relation to the complexity any individual project may have. So what this would do instead would allow us to collect that escrow earlier before the application is then submitted by the applicant. Give them only a limited amount of your consulting time. We do have some people who like to use a lot of it before they put in their applications, and then allows us to vary the amount of that escrow depending on the complexity and the size of the project. So happy to answer any questions that you have about the ordinance amendment.
Councilmember Platt?
So when you say people like to use a lot of it before they apply, are you saying that they just want to ask the questions so then they know if they should apply? Is that kind of what you're saying?
And going into almost like a design stage. Can you look at the concept plan? Can you look at this, see what your thoughts are on this? What should I be changing about this one before they're making that application?
Because once they make the application, it's more your committee, right?
So explain to us, right now, when we have the escrow, there's a form and it's a standard format. How will that work? Based on the size of the project, based on the complexity of the questions? How will, I'm assuming you'll be the one determining the potential escrow.
Correct. Based on the size and sort of past experience, I'll estimate what an escrow should be. For something relatively small, like a home occupation, IEP, for example, will probably be similar to the amount that you're collecting right now. But on the flip side, for a project that might have, we might know from looking at GIS that there's concern about stormwater in that area, or we know they're gonna be putting in roads versus, for example, the Nowthen pastures plat that we have tonight has very limited infrastructure as opposed to the Peters Acres one we've also been reviewing recently. There's definitely a different level of work involved with two of those. We kind of set up those escrows accordingly.
Would you be able to, oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Platt?
Would you be able to, I'm looking at it from a homeowner's position. Like if I were to come in and talk with you, so you're saying basically we'd be consulting with you, or they would be consulting with you for a certain amount of time. And then going out of that initial meeting, they will have a good understanding of what the cost could possibly be for them to begin this project. And I know we're talking ballpark because we don't always know the cost. That's hard to do. But when they basically have a ballpark figure so they can, I'm a person that has no idea what certain things cost in certain areas because I don't deal with it at all. So as a homeowner, if I'm coming to you to, let's say, split my property, if I bring you enough information, would you be able to give me a ballpark figure of what I would be looking at within a 25% figure?
No, it's unfortunately, it's not that, we're not scoping out a project and estimating costs of that exactly.
Okay.
Everything is subject to variables, it will depend, of course, on how well their engineer prepared the plans to meet the city's requirements the first time, or we have to go back to 5 times. It will depend on how many public hearings do we have to have, how many residents are calling concerned about a project, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of variables that we just can't control, unfortunately. The hope though is that we can give them more of a ballpark. I think we have had some concerns with people finding out later that severely exceeded the escrow amount and now owe the city thousands of dollars in, that they weren't anticipating, that may have had an impact on whether they moved on to the project or not.
Right.
So the hope is that we get something that's more in a range of what we think they're going to be applying for.
Okay, so there would be some, what of a more explanation for that person coming to say, oh, I thought it was this, and wow, that, so we're hoping to be lessening that.
Yes, hoping to, and then it also gives some opportunity for them to engage their consultants, their engineers who are designing something. Hopefully lets them have some time with us before they apply for their application, where they can run through a couple of ideas so that they can sign up the project as well.
Commissioner?
Sure, Mr. Langer.
So in conjunction to that, one of the reasons why Cindy and I started talking about this was, not is it only just the escrows that people may be surprised as they're going through it, but right now, we have a steady stream of people coming in, asking questions, wanting to know things, and we've ran into some that have gone on for weeks, that have engaged hours of Cindy's time, hours of her attorney's time. And right now, without having this in place, the city's picking up that bill. We're paying our attorneys and our planners fees right now. And then I got time into it, but that's covered. But I'm saying there's a lot of I shouldn't say that, let me back. Not a lot, but there are quite a few that are coming through that we are answering questions, sending emails, sending out information, spending hours research on. And right now, the residents of Nowthen are picking up that tab.
Councilmember Platt.
So, Mr. Langer, and Cindy, either one of you maybe answer this question. So does that reflect in our ordinances? And what I mean by that is if I'm a homeowner and I noticed when I was up at the city offices working a few days ago, you have a packet that people get. Is it that as a homeowner and I want to do something, or I want to come into Nowthen and advise, is it that I can't answer my questions myself? Like, is there enough information in our ordinances to help me to understand and be able in a black and white form to fill yes and no forms to answer all my questions that I need by looking up those ordinances of wanting to build or wanting to do it? Do we need to look at those more? Is there a problem with those that we need to look at more?
Go ahead. I know you have an answer for it.
Fantastic question. I would say in a lot of communities, I have to put together those handouts and that people can use and would apply to 95% of their situations. I don't think I can do that here. I am discovering that I'm having to do a lot of research into recording documents on any given property. Everybody has different situations that have been granted in the past, and I don't know what those are, and we have to look all those up.
So would you say that then our ordinances don't fit our residents? I know that I've been looking at some of that, so that's why I'm questioning any.
I wouldn't necessarily say that. It's more that, in a lot of communities, when we're doing, say, a plat and a development agreement, they're being required to do all of those things at the time that that's being recorded. So we're collecting easements. We are, collecting dedication fees at that time. And then they go out and they do the improvements to cause the lot to be flat. Whether that's putting in a road or whatever it is. Here, there's a lot of things that are embedded in development agreements that get recorded and trigger later. So that means that pretty much for every property, we have to go back in and look and see what there is out there. Because otherwise things wouldn't have been done that were.
Because I'm not exactly following, so.
For example, I think the next item we'll be talking about is one of them. They have an active building permit application. There's an existing development agreement that was recorded with a number of items that were not completed at the time that occurred.
Okay.
So there's no way to know what those are when they date back years.
So I know that some ordinances have to be developed for the state of Minnesota. They come from the state, can't, some come from the county. We can't do anything about that. But that's why I'm looking when we come back down to our city ordinances then. I'm just wondering if and how we can work those or rework those or go through them to make it better. And if that's something that needs to be investigated.
I don't think that that's something that would help. Another current example, there is a vacant property that went for sale last Friday. We've had about 10 calls on it, just over the weekend, 2 calls since then. In that situation, I've had to spend time figuring out, is it a buildable parcel as it is or not? Because everybody's asking, can I build a house on it? Can I put a asphalt company on it? Can I do this? Can I do that? So we're spending a lot of time on that, answering all of those questions, and they're all different. What everybody wants to do with this is just a different thing. And what everybody is seeking is some assurance that they can do what they want to do. And without doing that background, looking into things, we can't provide that information. All we can say is you have to comply with the zoning. They want that next level of detail or 5 levels down.
So what you're saying is we don't have a paint by number for certain things. No, that would come to ordinances then in some ways.
It does and it doesn't. So like the paint by number on this vacant lot, for example, to be a valid parcel, you have to look at when was it created? What were the ordinances at the time that it was created? Does it have 2 septic sites? Does it have 5 acres of land? This one has 4.73 acres of land for GIS. Why does it only have 4.73? So then I found the county highway plat where they took right away from them 20 years ago. And it's piecing together all of those layers. So even trying to do a paint by numbers would be extremely challenging.
Well, Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Raymond.
so Cindy, I understand the need for this for the ones that are more detailed. We've always been a city that has charged the user and not the residents as a whole. It isn't gonna capture everything in your example of a new property going on the market and calls. You can't have them all put it down in escrow before you answer questions. So there'll be some of those that will be our responsibility. When we come up, let's say tomorrow, we get another property that's up for sale, and we start getting calls. Are we, if they're referred to you, are we getting back to staff to say, this is not commercial, you can't put commercial on it? This is not this, you can't do that. So that when they do call the city with a question, the city staff can provide some basic information on it.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Rainbow, we are doing that. So when those properties come up, I'm copying all of the city staff on those so that they can create that system. What this is really trying to catch are some other heavy users as
Yes.
well. One that both Administrator Lehner and I worked on together a couple months ago was a request for a federal firearm license sign off. And that person proceeded to spend hours of our time and the attorney's time just going back and forth and kind of basically fighting the initial no response that it wasn't going to be signed off on.
And then they weren't able to bring it to town. They weren't able to do it, so we got a substantial bill that we picked up to answer all these questions over the course of a couple of weeks.
And I understand the need for this, like if we can do some of that, and it sounds like you're already doing that for the onesie twosies that come in, we can prevent any retail investigation on.
So, Mr. Mayor, is there some way we can give people an idea of what the belief will be, or the thought is going to be, depending on Cindy doesn't like me or something like that, it's going to be very dependent on what she thinks is going on versus
hey, for a 6-house development, it costs this. For a 1-lot split, it costs this. If you're doing a deck, it costs this, which we have that, and I understand it's an escrow piece, but there's gonna be a ton of debate if it relies on what one person feels is the complexity of the project.
At one point, we had asked the previous planners to come up with a checklist. Because this very thing came up, it appeared that the city had. We're saying, give us your checkbook, we'll tell you what number to write in later. And we kept going, in some of these cases, we're talking $15,000-$20,000. And Councilmember Aldridge, you're very familiar, because that's where you started. And so we came up with a checklist saying, here's the types of things your project will likely engage. This will require engineering, this will require legal, so these people charge an hourly rate and we're gonna have to engage them in this project. Subsequent to our request to the planner, coming up with something like that, the state came up with, people need to know upfront what their costs are. So they came up with a similar checklist. Tell us why you think this is going to be more expensive to do this versus that. And I think to the council's point, we are a little gun shy here because it does seem like it's subjective. We can't give them objective criteria. Now, you're coming in much more thorough. And yeah, nothing's a simple question out here because the county took that right away and you don't have high regulated ones. So now it changes all that you can do. And then they're going to say, what do I do about the county taking the right of it? It's going to lead to other questions. But we also want to be able to protect against somebody, not that anybody in Nowthen would ever question a professional's experience, but it might be your question as being subjective, saying, how do you come up with that number? When they're used to saying it's $1,500 or whatever it is. And so we've got to balance that natural suspicion of an arbitrary or subjective number with here's the logic that goes in behind it. And you know from your years of experience doing this thing, that's a lot more complicated. Your months of working in Nowthen saying, yeah, these things in Nowthen would be more complicated than even some of the other cities that work in because of our newly becoming a city and practices that were done here on the township days that are still bringing repercussions.
Yeah, so, Mr. Mayor, ultimately, putting this all aside, what somebody ends up being charged ends up being the same, basically. With one exception is that pre-application stuff potentially, but even that, I think staff has been tracking and charging back for. So some people have been historically getting charged for items that they weren't anticipating. So they might have spent 2 months talking to your planner and then submitted their application with their $1,500 escrow, not realizing they were already in the hole $2,500 at the time they put that in. So I think that
We back charge people?
that's, we will get to that when we start talking about Banyan. But yes, it's something that, Liz had told me she was taking care of, not to touch any of the old stuff. We didn't always do. Shani, or Councilmember Cladwell, has been in the office trying to print off a bunch of these old escrows for me and I to go through. We've been trying to take time on it. The newer projects, I'm trying to get into the system, so it'll be a much better process. I had Lexi go through all of the current bills for the last 6 months and kind of put them all in by jobs so that we can verify against what Liz had on and what hasn't been put on them.
So I understand that part where somebody had an established escrow and we're now trying to clean up what should have been charged against it because we have recording fees and we have a lot of things that should have been captured that weren't. But what I thought I heard was somebody is coming in and engaging the planner and then we get an escrow $1,500, they're already $2,500. They're $4,000 into it, and they're 1,500 is $2,500 short. Are we
So,
charging people for things that engaging staff, contracted staff, before they have an escrow, and then adding it to an escrow?
it depends on Attorney Rupi, Planner Nash, or Shane. Because their bills tell me what is a pass-through. I don't know that.
Whether they have an escrow or not.
Whether they have an escrow or not.
Ouch.
Like, Attorney Rupi put on his last invoice a cost for the, Vista Eagle Point home or whatever that's going over in St. Francis with the conduit fund, for him reviewing that. But that's not anything I have an escrow on. So I will try to submit that because they have said they would take all the costs.
But the resident doesn't know that somebody.
Well, that's a little different, because that's a conduit bond, and they said they cover all our costs. Attorney's saying, here's the cost, because I was wondering what the thing was on that bill. But I'm thinking a resident who doesn't understand that, you know, they're gonna get an escrow on a project, so they've been engaging staff who engages the attorney or the engineer or the planner. And they're saying, yeah, well, this is that question the staff had or the resident had. And now they're gonna go ahead with their building projects, get the escrow, and they're already in the hole. They put $1,500 down, they're already in the hole.
And again, it goes back down to our subcontractors because they tell me what needs to be a pass-through.
You know, put that on Facebook, right?
And that's why we're gonna get the escrow sooner in the process than later in the process.
But if they don't understand that,
They'll understand it when they talk to the planner, because she'll explain it to them.
but that's after.
No.
No.
With this ordinance, it comes in earlier than that. So if somebody were to come in and say, I wanna do a subdivision, we'll have this initial consultation with them. And then as part of that, I would say, and here's a form, if you wanna keep talking about it, as you're trying to figure out what you wanna do, then you can establish this escrow with the city. Here's the agreement, here's how we use the funds. You'll get billed periodically and have statements sent out to you periodically, along the way, and that's before you even apply.
And you would explain to them the steps, so that's why Shane's fees on the schedule, that's why you ask for Bob's fees on the schedule, so she can be talking real numbers to them when they start talking about, this project's gonna take X amount of hours potentially with the attorney, this is gonna cost this much, and she can give them an educated
Yes.
estimate, guess, yeah, on kind of what it's gonna take going forward. But instead of waiting until the city's picked up the first $2,000 of it, the resident's gonna have some,
Or
or whoever the other.
Right,
person
or
is, might not be
as
the-
right now, we charge everybody the same escrow. Regardless of the size.
So what you're saying is we have not charged residents, right now, we have not charged residents before they have applied. Even if they've met with you, you have not charged residents before they've actually applied.
I don't think that's what I heard.
I can't
say
say that because
That's what I'm trying to.
it depends upon the subcontractor and if they tell me it's a pass-through. I mean, if Bob tells me it's a pass-through, I don't know if it was before or after. Sometimes it's before because there are times that I don't have any money and I know that it's a pass-through. So I have a statement, but I don't have any deposit. Mr. Mayor?
Yes,
So I can say that I think in general, in the last week, consultants will err on the side of separating those charges out early in case the city is going to pass those through. Then it's an easy thing to have the data there to be able to tell the city call whether they do or not. But then you have a tally of kind of what is going on if it's definitely project specific. And Mr. Mayor?
Smith.
I would also state that, when the bills get scrutinized, there's a lot of questions, is this a pass-through, is this a pass-through, is this a pass-through? To make sure.
Who would have a question this?
I don't know.
Maybe they'll start,
And that's been a question for years, and we've been asking, people to put that through. If you're working with somebody and there's an escrow here, and I appreciate that we're looking to clean up the escrow process. And that we are not mingling it with general funds and we're not losing track of how much went into escrow and how much went out of escrow. So I think that's all gonna improve tremendously. And that's one of the things we started saying. Is there an escrow and this is a pass-through to it? I think it's surprised some of us to hear that some things may be passing through that don't yet have an escrow. And my understanding is the purpose of this ordinance is to say, well, let's not have a lot of discussion before we go and say, you need to put some money down, here's what I'm guesstimating it's gonna be, so that as we continue to talk, there's a way for the city to pass that through. So here's your free hour, or whatever. And beyond that, and in the complexity, here's what we are guesstimating it's gonna cost. You'll get a statement from the city with a warning when you're about to exceed your escrow amount. So before somebody goes negative, because right now we're backcharging people. We have people that owe more than they put down in escrow. Some cases, many thousands of dollars. And that's always a shock when somebody comes back and says, I owe what? I already paid this. And so we need to make sure we're communicating more clearly, more transparent. And so I think the purpose of this is to say, because we don't have somebody in-house answering these questions, to your point, let's make sure the people in-house can answer as many questions as possible. Let's know the pamphlets on the rack. Let's have frequently asked questions that we train staff to. We also don't want them overstepping that. Hey, somebody in the office told me that nobody could ever build behind me. And somebody's building there now. Because we've had that.
Yeah.
So you've got to make sure that they understand when it passes on. And we have some limitations on how much any contractor can give away at taxpayers' expense before it starts going to the user's expense. Councilor Platt.
So I'm just trying to make things clear. So I am a resident. I call up the city staff and I say, hey, I want to, and this is a situation that I did with Liz before. So I want to build on the back of my property. I want to build my property. I want to build on the back of it. Is this possible? And city staff would say, you want to talk to Cindy Nash, she would be able to maybe answer some of your questions. Let's say, thank you, I give you a call. I call you, you're in, let's say you're in the city offices, you're like, I'm in the city office Monday, not in that. Or they tell me you're in the city office, so I stop by. If I have a meeting with you, will I know beforehand what I should bring to you? Because if I'm gonna waste my hour, I don't wanna waste my hour by coming and saying, I want to build on the back of my property, can I do that? And you just kind of look at some stuff and say, oh, I've wasted my hour. So is there a way that we can make things better so that when I want to do that, then I can have more of an education coming to you and be ready for that hour-free meeting? So that way I get more information. So can you help us develop that or do something with that? Because I like the idea of cleaning everything up, of making things clear to the resident. But I also want to be able to come into that meeting myself knowing, okay, so it's gonna cost me $100,000 and I don't want to be surprised it's gonna cost me $300,000. You know what I mean? Or I've not wasted that time in that meeting, that these are the things that you could bring me so I could look at those things. You do some of the footwork kind of thing, like I do some of the footwork so I know that ahead of time. Is that a possibility? I guess is what I'm asking
So
for that first meeting.
we can work on developing a list of questions that staff can ask people to provide for information upfront before they send them my direction. Truthfully, most of these are not occurring as in-person meetings. It's a few emails and a couple phone calls. So it's not like it's necessarily one contact. So the truth is that normally it's a quick talk to them to figure out what they're hoping to do, and then go back and look up some property information for them, see if it's even possible. And then help them back with that information, maybe set up the team's meeting and look at some stuff online. Hopefully ending in like an email that says, in order to do what you're hoping to do, you'll need to apply for these 3 things. And
submit these items to city staff. There.
Councilmember Rainville.
I believe it's gonna be a work in progress. You know, staff, whether it be internal or our consultants, are gonna have to be careful in how they're dealing with our residents, be upfront. And there has to be some give and take on this. But I think we need to move forward with it. And, I put faith in our consultants and our internal staff that they'll do what's best for our residents. If the residents have issues with it, then they can come to us and we can have that conversation.
I think the point that Planner Nash just said too, developing some training for the staff. It says, here's, frequently asked questions, here's things that we can address to help, we can get a checklist together to maximize that initial time spent with, whether it's the engineer, whether it's minor or something that might go through the attorney. We can say, here's the background information. If you can help us with this, this will. Because again, even if you're reading that, that's gonna, you know, affect that time. If you get a bunch of emails, you're gonna charge us for reading emails. So it has to be something that's efficient and can help expedite that and minimize costs. But I think there's some things they can do rather than somebody coming in cold and just sitting down with somebody who's a little more expensive than our office staff. And they might say, you know what, I need to be much more prepared before I talk to you further, or I need to do this. And that was the time.
Mr. Mayor.
Or, Commissioner Langer.
So we have started that process and staff has started to pay by numbers. Cindy's been really good about if she gets a certain question, she'll copy it back to the staff and then staff is taking it and putting into a little cheat sheet, kind of paying by numbers book. So when those questions come up again, then we are prepared to answer some of those questions before we send them. We also have taken our planner's direct cell phone number off the website. So we want people to come through to the city, so the city can screen it first, and then we move it on to Cindy if we so be. But she's been really good about putting together either snippets or cutting something out of the statute that she was gonna respond with, and then we have it, so the next time we get that question, we can look at that book before we automatically send it. So that is in the works, and we're getting better and better and getting more and more information in that book, so.
For this man,
Councilmember Rainville.
there are no more questions. I move that the council, accept the fee schedule and consultant fees for escrow and have it posted as appropriate
Those are actually an ordinance, so.
for ordinance. The ordinance for fee schedule and consultant fees. That's right.
It would have
Is there,
a motion from the council member Rainville.
Mr. Mayor?
No, we got a second.
No.
I'll second for discussion.
All right, so we have a motion from Councilmember Rainville, second from Councilmember Bryan. Now we can have discussion. Councilmember Flag.
So within the ordinance, because do we need to state that the resident will have a specific amount of time? Or is that just something that is assumed?
Oh, says an hour.
Does it say on that?
So an hour on, in page 148 of your packet, paragraph 8.
Oh, okay.
And that hour is,
I wasn't sure if that was part of this. Yeah, I see that. Okay.
we're not
It's all hourish.
That's a great example, because honestly, I did something where we could spend a little more time and get them to that finish line, but where they know what they need to do, that extra half hour is worth it, right? It's really to, have a way to address those ones that keep going on.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Mayor.
All right. So any other questions or discussions?
I just would want to clarify that it's ordinance 2024, which is an ordinance amending the schedule of fees, charges, costs, and rates for various licenses, permits, and other services from the city of Nowthen, Minnesota.
All right, so that's the motion. Brian, is it still a second on that motion?
Right, it's just affecting the planning and zoning fee schedules.
Yeah, it's adding the ordinance,
I think the ordinance is also affecting just the.
because we're not having a flat escrow at this point. Okay, any other questions, comments? This is when we have questions.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I think I
Alright.
asked enough on this one.
So, seeing no other comments or questions, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, now we have the one that we brought in tonight, the driving situation. And this is a fairly complex, this is one of those that's getting very expensive. Because this involves engineering, planning, legal, a lot of office time. And it's complicated partly because this was something that's been in process for years. It involved an original parcel that was divided into a home and a business and an outlot with the intention of the property owner of building on the outlot originally. Subsequently, they sold their home to their son and were able to buy a neighboring property, 2 10-acre parcels. And so the original proposal that came through the planning and zoning years ago was to develop a plat that said, I'm selling this home to family members and I'm gonna build a new home on part of this 80. And they subsequently didn't build on the new 80, they bought adjoining property and want to build on there. So they applied for a building permit some time ago, and it's been hung up on a development agreement that was put to the city on December 12th. And the assumption was this was all clearly identified under our previous plan. And so the development agreement to get this going through, the property owner is buying a log home that's being constructed and wanted to build on this new property, separate from the whole discussion on the 80 acres separately. Unfortunately, that 80-acre parcel has a driveway that comes off of 22 and would service this new home site as well. So there's a shared driveway agreement that was in part of this packet that came to the city. But the developer's agreement, being rushed through at the end of the year, when our planner was leaving, had some aspects to it that the property owner didn't fully understand at the time. Subsequently, we find out tonight that the property they bought, the 2 10-acre parcels, had a house on it. And that house has a driveway that goes out onto County Road 22. And that has been there for many years. The driveway's been there for many years. But when they took those 2 10-acre parcels and reconfigured them to a 5-acre with a house and a 15-acre behind it that they wanted to build on and utilize the same driveway that's been going back to the existing home forever, the county has said, well, you've changed things. And we don't know if we want to allow that house that existed and has existed for years to access onto 22A because they changed the parcel, right? So,
Mr. Mayor, so the normal process for this would have been that you would have seen the final plat and then a development agreement kind of back to back at the same time. But those would have been released at the same time for recording. In this case, the
plat was recorded a year plus prior to when the, development agreement got recorded in December. And the other thing that should have occurred, is that while it's still in preliminary plat, the plat should have been provided to the county for review because it's adjacent to a county road. That's part of state statute. The county,
Can I ask on that?
yeah,
So that's part of the confusion here is when Planner Stockman was working with, it was platted out, the 80 acres were platted out to sell 10 to 12 acres to a child, and then keep the other acreage and plat it out for their own home in an outlaw. So that's really what they're platting out. And what got confusing is when they bought the other parcels and reconfigured it from 2 side-by-side 10s to a 5 and a 15, they simply were coming in to build a home on that, completely separate from the original 80. And they were told they needed a development agreement. And that's what struck me is, we just went and said, this decision we did on that 80 today, we might be talking about a shared driveway. So the idea was this driveway's been in existence, it's a shared driveway, 2 homes on it. Why can't they just get a building permit for that 15 acres? Why does it tie back to what the previous planner said? You have to develop this plat, which no longer has anything to do. It's simply a 70-acre outlot and a residential home, which are completely independent of this new 20 acres that was bought. And so they have a 5 and 15, and they just want to build a house on the 15. And they have a shared driveway agreement. And so the complication here tonight is, well, because they reconfigured that, and the county wants another shot at it. But they aren't, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I don't think they're platting out the 15 and the 5. They're saying, I want to build a house on the 15. And I own the other house, which I either rent or a family member, I don't know who lives in it, but they own another house there that has had an existing driveway on 22 for quite a while. So why did our previous planner say they had to plat this out when it's completely independent? Because in the documents I've seen, it seems like she was configuring the 80 as a platted parcel, and somehow this new 20 became part of that developer's agreement. And I think it's unfortunate that was rushed through to get to the county before the end of the year so they could buy their materials for the home. And it wasn't fully understood. And then it comes in, drops in your lap. And now we've got engineering involved. We've got, who apparently wasn't involved originally with the original plat, but why would an engineer have to come and get involved on 15-acre parcel when they want to build an individual family home? But you've got many hours into it. The attorney has many hours into it. There's quite a bill coming up here. And nobody seems to be able to explain some of the nuances of why we needed a developer's agreement to begin with.
Mr. Mayor, I can tell you why you needed a development agreement. I just don't know why it didn't occur at the same time the plat was recorded. So the difference between
Which plat are we talking?
the driving first. There's a plat for driving first. The reason it would have needed
Does that include the 80 or include all?
it includes, the items in the land in the back as a plot for future development. But the reason it would have been needed is because, and different from the Jorgensen one that we looked at earlier, the Jorgensen one has 2 parcels that front on an existing city road, so they didn't need any road infrastructure to be completed. The Dryden one, when they're wanting to reconfigure those 2 10s that were there before and shift them another direction, the one parcel that they are seeking the building permit for now would not have had access any longer on frontage on a public road anymore. So they had to do this, take that existing driveway, which is where they're placing it. I'm gonna butcher the name, but Coquina Street is what it's called on the plat. So that's being held there under those provisions that you adopted a few years ago that allow for somebody to put in up to a certain number of lots on a platted street that's not going to be accepted by the city yet. But has to be improved to a certain standard. So going back to your discussions that I read about, but wasn't part of back in the late fall, we had similar discussions on the Mackenzie Hills plat. So the original, what your ordinance said, at the time the Drive Acres was done, is that this road needs to be platted and the subgrade and the base all needs to be done. And up to a certain standard. With Mackenzie Hills, you decided to let them just put in a driveway, so none of that subgrade work is gonna be done. That's pushing all of those costs, of course, to the future for someone else to pay for instead of the developer. And that's something that you have to deal with someday on any one of these potential. But,
It's the same thing on Lestico East,
same thing on Lestico East and,
the
yeah.
same thing on property on 205th. They have an easement of 66 feet wide, and we have that for 205th on McKinney Hill, so we have that for, I don't know what we have for Lestico East. We have that for Carroll on 205th. It's been our pattern to say, you give us an easement of 66 feet, Coquina exists. It's 66 feet, you're gonna use it as a driveway. And the trucks going on there, I'm gonna say that if the garbage trucks aren't getting stuff, we probably have the best space. More than most of our roads right now. And the garbage trucks do go all the way to the back property. But the development cost, if that outlot of 68 acres, 70 acres, whatever's in the back there, or the 15 that they're building on right now, if any of that develops, yeah, they're gonna have to pave that road on 22. And that's been our practice, is saying, you wanna keep this as a family compound, and again, this is, 3 families, grandkids. We've got these all over, we've got one right down the road here, where we've given them permission to develop the land they wanna keep the kids on the land, but you gotta give us the road easement. So when this does develop, when your outlot develops, you gotta put in that road. So whoever develops, if they sell that 70 to somebody or subdivide their 15, at that point, you have more than the 2 homes or 3 homes. You're gonna have to pay that road all the way out to current road standards.
It's the same scenario as off of King and Boulevard.
Yeah,
Exact same scenario.
the only difference is it fronts on a county road.
Understand that, but it was multiple families and it was originally, you have to build this thing up to whatever city specs are, put a cul-de-sac in, pave it, and so that's crazy, and then we said, if you never really, you don't ever plan to develop it, why would you develop to some road standard that in 20 years it's potentially gonna change, or it's gonna degrade, it doesn't pass spec anyway, so put in the driveway that you want, you deal with it. If you develop it to the next level, then it's a whole ballgame.
And in this case, part of the confusion was paperwork that you have in front of you that was sent through quickly at the end of December. Indicated there were 3 residences, which means that 20-foot wide road, it's the same conditions you put on McKinney. Because the front lot, 5 acres, actually fronts on 22, the driveway is on 22. When drivers were living in that house on 22, their grandkids would go through the side yard to get back to their home. So they didn't have to go out onto 22. So they would take their ATV through the side yard. So it looked on the map on the overhead like there's a driveway going to that. If you drove by, you see it's really not, you scratch your vehicle up pretty thoroughly. And my understanding is, some scratch you out there, there's a pile of rock or.
Yeah, they'll put rock and stuff in there, so they're
There's definitely nobody.
intending not to use it now, right? Yep.
But, so there's 2 residences, well, 2 potential, 1 residence that existed for 40 years, and another one they would like to get building on, they've been waiting 5 weeks for a building permit. And so back to what you have in front of you is, and again, I've not been engaging with the planner or the engineer or the attorney on this. I talked with Scott. What you have in front of you was sent to me by the Drydens. Because they were told last week, here's what's necessary to get your building permit. So turn the second page, the last paragraph, it says, as such, prior to the issuance of the building permit for lot 2, all items listed above, except for the relocation of lot 2 driveway, must be addressed in manner satisfactory to the city. And talking with Mr. Lehner here, the escrow's been agreed upon, it's not settled yet. But they know they're gonna have to put escrow money in, to pay back escrow for all the charges to date, going back even to Liz. And, but they agreed to do that.
They understand that there is a amount due on the escrow, and we're waiting to know what dollar amount do we add to the escrow going forward, and Cindy and I haven't got a number on that. Okay, so, yeah.
So they know there's going to be monies involved.
Yes, it is.
Number 4 is the exclusion that the attorney put in the last paragraph. Park dedication fee, they understand and agreed to.
They agree. If the records don't show it, we pay it. Yep.
Wetland buffers, they're not real thrilled because nobody can back to where you have to put the signs up, but they're willing to talk to Shane and find out whatever signs they put up.
They did talk to Shane today. Shane laid them to the right signs, and it sounds like they landed on a number of 5, only on the 15-acre parcel. The outline does not need these signs.
Okay. Yep. And then the shared driveway was the issue because the state fire code says if you're gonna have 3 or more residences, you have to have certain accessibility. It'd be a cul-de-sac or turnaround. And, so this is the one that's hanging us up. The shared driveway should be constructed to meet days and subdays. Well, this goes back to what we did in Kinsey. And Mr. Lehner was out with the fire chief today, and he said he'd prefer a cul-de-sac, but state fire code doesn't require it for 2 homes. Fire trucks have been all the way to the back. There's large trucks, it's an excavation company. They can go all the way around without backing up. And Mr. Dryden said he'd gladly put in a U-shaped driveway, so if you need to get a truck in there, you pull in one end and pull out the other.
On the new property.
On the new property.
Yeah.
So what was requested of me before, Mr. Dryden left today was he was told by the attorney that this is a contract because it was submitted by the previous planner. And we were told this is all being registered with the county to sign this, so we quickly signed it. And every on it afterwards, we don't know what we signed. And he's looking at it saying, I never planned on building that road up or blacktopping that road. And I drive some of the heaviest trucks around here on it, and it's never been a problem. So he said the attorney told him, only the council can change a contract. He can't change a contract, he can only enforce it. And so when I talked to Mr. Lehner tonight and then to Ms. Nash, part of the problem is the county never got a shot at that driveway access from the smaller home on the 5 acres when they reconfigured that lot, when I was understanding it.
Correct, and in talking with the county, had that gone through the normal process, they would have said that that front lot that's currently accessing 922, that has a kind of area that was mentioned that, is blocked out with rocks right now, they would have caused that as approval of the plat to go out on Coquina, and then there would have been a free.
And even at that, that still meets the same criteria we gave to McKinsey's, only instead of a 12-foot wide driveway, it had to be 20-foot wide.
Correct.
And my guesstimation being out there is at least
Maybe it's 20. The kicker is gonna be too is, and the fire chief's looking back at it is the cul-de-sac, when you start putting the emergency piece into it, to make sure that it meets the emergency piece of it too. So it has to be 20 feet wide, 13.5 feet tall clearance, turn the tanker around in there and all that. So when I was talking to the chief today, we still were having conversations around that cul-de-sac at the end.
But I
Or
thought
the
they would
utility.
turn. I thought he.
So the turnaround, so my understanding, after I talked to the homeowner today after Chief and I were out there, and I think the mayor kind of explained it, that there is the ability to go down to the shop. Sounds like, and maybe there's more room by the shop.
There's a lot of by the shop.
Yeah.
They have,
We did not go all the way down to the shop. We did not go on.
Yeah, so it's a wide open area at the shop. Like I say, you can see that the excavation that they have, and they have low boys, they don't have to back up. And you can do a full circle there's more room there than pretty much any off-road longer driveway places we have in the city. And we know that because fire trucks have been there. And
Yeah.
they can clear it around.
You can,
But I think you said,
I don't, been back in there.
You can still drive all the way through it back to your place too, right? Or to the horse farm?
Yeah,
But typically, we do want those turnarounds to be on that public portion part, it should be kind of obvious where the turnaround is.
But-
Someone who doesn't know shouldn't be guessing where they, kind of drive down somebody's driveway.
and understanding that, but you said when you talked to Mr. Dryden, that he was willing to put in a U-shaped driveway, since if you can come down the road and pull in here and come out here on the 15-acre parcel.
and you can find that most with the computers and the fire trucks right now, they look at a parcel. And so the thing is they would be able to see the U-shape. So I understand what you're saying, you don't know, but that's what they're doing with most properties that are on acreage, this much acreage, if there's compounds or not. They usually get a map of what the property is, so they can, if there is a loop there, they have one, they can see that.
Understood, I probably wasn't super clear in my explanation though. If they're responding or go down accidentally someplace, if they're responding to this lot, they don't want to have to turn around on somebody else's property. It should have an easement over it. For that public's ability to use that as a turnaround.
So that's, part of the question. If the fire code changes when you have 3 residential properties or an R3 group home type thing, it changes what you have to have for a turnaround. And so the question at this point is, depending on what the county comes in with, there's 2 residential properties, so it changes the state fire code on turnaround. The chief would still like to see it, but he's saying it's not required at this point because it's only 2 residential properties. And so the reason it's coming in here is they've been waiting well over a month to get the building permit, and they have been having trouble finding out what's holding it up. Our building official's been out there and worked with them on a log home, and now they're realizing it's the engineers involved, the planners involved, the attorneys involved, which again, probably running $500 an hour when we do that. And this is as close as we are to this. And so when they said, nothing should hold up the building permit as long as these other 4 items are agreed upon by the city. Item number 1, the shared driveway in Coquina Street. What the residents hung up on is, it keeps saying access to 3 or more residents, including a 66-foot cul-de-sac. Now, it's the first I heard tonight is the county would rather have the 5-acre parcel go out onto this street and make it a 3-resident street. That's the first I've heard of that. If the county agrees to let them continue to coming out for decades, independent of switching over to this side street, then it's a 2-resident road. And it's up to them, the city, to say, well, we want fire apparatus to be able to turn around. They can turn around further down, or the resident would put a turnaround driveway on his property when he builds his new home. But it seemed to be frustrating because it got tied in with the other property under the previous planner. And they bought separate property, thinking, we'll just build a home on this new one and not have to worry about all that other developers agreement. And somehow we tied together an old property and a new property into a developer's agreement that we didn't quite understand. It got signed and now it's contractual. Yeah. Councilor Flag. It's actually fun, I'm sorry.
No, my question, so I'm just trying to clear things in my head. So there's only one property ID right now? Is that,
There are,
but there's
three property IDs.
within one development is what, where it was, what I'm understanding is it was two separate developments and two were put together as one.
So there was an 80 acre parcel with the property owner's home and business on. That parcel was divided to sell a portion of it to the son
Okay.
and the other portion as an outlot, which originally the owners were going to build on the outlot.
Okay.
And this is what was happening in our other planner. So she was asking them to plat the whole thing out, not only for their home, but to plat out multiple home sites on that outlot. Because at 68 acres, you could have a lot of homes. And if we don't want a lot of homes, this is our family compound.
Right.
So when the transaction happened, that they sold the property to their son, and his house was moved into by somebody else, they found themselves without a home. And subsequently, the neighboring property, 20 acres, came up for sale. And they bought it within 3 days.
Okay.
And moved into that house. And lived in that house, and then reconfigured that 20 acres into a 5 up front and a 15 in the back, knowing they had this driveway that ran alongside of the 15.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
And so they then moved out of that house because they had a house become available from a parent who passed away. So they're now living in that house, which they would like to not continue living. They want to get back to living on the property adjacent to their children and grandchildren.
Yes.
And so what looked like a relatively easy thing got tied up in a development agreement, which got signed and is now contractual. So
How do we move forward tonight?
So the question, we don't know what the county is going to say. And what I discussed with Landon Nash earlier is the attorney cannot change contracts, only the council can. So what I'm asking is that contingent on item number 1 being cleared up. In my understanding from your conversation with the homeowner and the attorney, 2, 3, and 5 have been addressed, and 4, the attorney says, has been excluded. We don't know the final number on 5, but they know it.
That's accurate. Yep, that's accurate.
And so, based on getting number 1 cleaned up with the county and the agreement that it's either 3 residences on that road or 2 residences on that road, and determining how the fire department can turn around, if that's cleared up to the satisfaction of the professionals involved, that the city would give the approval to change that contract to reflect that so they get their building.
Can we make that even a little more, because
Before you say that, do I have that right, Planner Nash?
I think so. And was all coming very last minute before the meeting. So with just the caveat that I'm anticipating, we'll have to go back and see what the original approval said in the preliminary plat and then final plat. And what the ordinance says, because we can't violate the ordinances either without the variance.
Councilmember Platt.
I just don't want this to come back on us where number one will be cleaned up, I see that, but if the county comes back and says that they can't, can we move, are you asking to still move ahead with this where they would have to just, instead of doing a through with 3 lots, if we have to go out on 1, we have that ruling, are you asking to set that aside and let number 4 be where they would have a U shape? I don't want it to be, I want it to be clear for the timeline, is what I'm saying. So if the county comes back.
Number 4 is a question on the original 80 acres. It's separate from this 20. So number 1, if the turnaround, because it's now become a 3 resident road, turnaround would have to be worked out with the fire department, would probably require.
And
And my understanding is that's not a deal breaker. Cul-de-sac near the power pole at the 90-degree there.
Well, I'm not sure. I can't speak to that because we have to move the power pole straight away.
Well, when I talked to Randy, he said he could do it to the east of the power pole.
Well, the way it's drawn on the plat, if you wanted it per plan, you would probably have to, power pole have to move.
Okay, so, Cindy, or is that ironclad because that's what it's showing, the power pole in the middle of the cul-de-sac, or could be moved slightly
So-
east?
It could be moved slightly east if we also secured a easement for
I
it.
think you have a 66-foot easement, you can make the driveway turnaround wide enough that they can turn around. And one thing I want to add is I believe all of this has been recorded with the county anyway, so I don't think there's any going back to say 5 acres in front is now gonna have to relocate the driveway. It's already established. I believe it's recorded with county.
The plat is recorded, Mr. Mayor. But there's also state law that says that all plats have to be reviewed by the county highways. The county engineer before, if they're on a county road, or if they be reviewed by NDOT. And that was not done here.
You're not allowed that.
Is that a citizen issue, or should the county have done that when they report the plat, or?
The county just records what's given to them to record, so that is a city issue. The city was required to submit that to the county.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is our deficiency in helping residents. Yeah, looking at this development agreement, I wish I would have known more about it before I signed it. But it seems like we're penalizing people for things we did wrong.
Well, yeah, this is where the first thing was, how many? The first layout was how many parcels, can you split that 70 up, and there's supposed to be a road that was crazy, it's crazy, it's like. They didn't want any of that, so
Right.
that took forever to get through that. And then it came into, they bought this other property, it's like, well, now we want to do this, and then. Well, you can't do that, so it's been a lot of us talk around, it's been a huge pain.
yeah, so I'm just trying to think, well, how
I'm
can
just
we,
trying to, how can they push through, they like,
right, without causing more money to either us or them?
right,
So I guess what I'm asking is, I know number 4 went through that, but we've got this saying that we have to have a cul-de-sac. So,
So let me ask you this, if you're asking about the cul-de-sac. We don't require cul-de-sac for, Kinley. They
We
put
didn't.
their lot.
we didn't, so if they're willing to do a U-shape and the fire marshal's okay with that, they would still get out, it could still be clear, it would be easy, it would still be a driveway. And because it's a family compound, I tend to look at that completely different than developing something.
Well, if the fire department has to go to the back property where Jason lives, we already know they can get a truck in and out. Without having to back up.
Right.
If they're at the front property in 15 acres and they have a turnaround in the driveway. Again, that's gonna be better than pretty much any wooded lot I've visited here. I mean, I know we're trying to do something better,
It'd be easier to
For
get
the
to my
future.
house, I tell you, go to my house.
but I think, they have to be, the home has to be within 250 feet of the access for the truck. And so, it would seem like that would be a reasonable thing. When do we expect to hear from the county?
They are talking about it tomorrow, so. As soon as I hear back, we'll have that answer, but.
So the question to the council is, if we can get this resolved to the satisfaction of our planner, our administrator, our attorney, and our fire chief, and I don't know if Shane's still involved in that.
He is still involved with wetland buffers.
But he's told them what to do and what.
And I'm also,
So we can do this without incurring hundreds of dollars more of cost, obviously, to the satisfaction of the professionals involved here and the property owner. Would the council authorize the adjustment of this contractual statement to meet the requirements of our professional staff and not have to delay for a whole nother month filming?
It's not meaningful, but what I'm saying is, they, no offense, but they could come up with, this is what this is what we're saying, and our resident could still say, well, that wasn't an original thing, or, you know what I mean? It's so, I'm just saying it's not black and white. And I think it needs to be black and white.
Why can't we have the same language as we use for vacancy? Is that the one like? It's 66 foot of easement, they can put any driveway they want. And done.
So,
There's 2 homes, it's 12 foot wide, it's 3 homes, it's.
And it's already more than 20. So it already meets that requirement.
So, 2 things, to make it black and white, I suspect what your attorney would say is that we have to take that contractual development agreement and do an amendment to the development agreement. When we're talking about one thing in here or something like that, it tends to be a 2-page kind of document, you know, amending the section such and such to say, delete this and replace it with this. Which is what we could do if we have your authority, if we can find a path that works, that's acceptable to the county as well. I just want to caution everybody that on 2 things, that the Mackenzie Hills one, you've approved the final plat, we're still negotiating the development agreement, and that one's challenged too. So what you have said in your preliminary plat back in December, we're trying to work with, but it's also not necessarily, there's a lot of items that when you make those decisions during a council meeting, like on the spot, there's a lot of extra items that don't get addressed. And we're trying to sort through those. Stormwater ponding, reserving area for those, things like that. The second thing is that I encourage you to, your ordinances don't differentiate between a family compound and a developer doing anything. You have to treat everybody equitably. So it shouldn't be, any decisions shouldn't be on the basis of a family compound.
I'm sorry, I disagree, but that's me, because Nowthen has a history of family compounds, and that's something that is special to us. And I understand where you're coming from, I really do. I just think it's different when you are looking at something through history in comparison to someone that's just coming in and making money. I know that years from now, that may be affected, but we don't know. There could be that might not be any consequence years from now. We might have a highway come through here. So you know, that's
That's why
me.
we set it up this way, so that if that's what they choose to do going forward, then fine.
Right,
As it sits today, that's,
right.
I tend to agree, it's like, we're trying to set this up and somebody's trying to get their family in there or to develop on that, the fact that they have 50 that's undeveloped, fine.
Well, that's the point. You're putting this house on 15 acres and you're looking at that 70. They don't want to look at anybody's house. That's why they built that.
Exactly. So, again, how do we move forward?
Right? So how do we
So
get this so we can get a building permit and still make sure that through Councilmember Flatteville's point, we just don't open up a whole different can of worms.
So I think what we're looking for, based on our discussion earlier, is that we'd be looking for council authorization to permit staff to prepare an amendment to development agreement, subject to city attorney review. If we're able to do that, and if not, we might have to come back to your next meeting, but ideally, we are able to get to one, we will do that.
How do we know what that is?
I think we've heard what you want to do, so it's a question of,
can we do it within the constraints of the previous approvals that were granted? Some of which was the preliminary plat prior to public hearing. So we can't change that without a public hearing potentially. So that's where I can't answer that on the spot.
So, and again, I'm sorry, but why does there have to be a preliminary plat public hearing on somebody wants to build a single family residence on a 15-acre parcel?
It's not for that, it was for the plat that they created that has a dedicated road that's not being improved, but is creating those lots. And we did that subject to, and everybody does, subject to a number of conditions. And we can't, as staff, change those conditions that the council approved.
Okay, so, and Councilmember Rose, I don't know what kind of time you have or any of the council members, but would the council authorize council members, two council members, up to two council members, be part of that discussion to make it clear what the council is looking for so the resident can have the best shot at getting their building permit? Because there's been a lot of people talking, and I think today was the first time anybody went out and saw a lot, other than council members. It's all been aerial views and documents that were signed in a rush in December. I'd be willing to participate since I've reached out, and I know you've been reached out to. I know many other council members have been reached out to. So does that make sense to?
If we would do what?
Huh?
We would do what?
We would represent the council. Yes, this makes sense.
In approving the amendment, it sounds like it was one to be had.
That the council would authorize two members to approve the amendment on. It covers the city and covers the.
I'll do
So can we do?
Oh, I don't mean I'll go, I'm saying yes, I don't like, no,
So when you say you'll do it, you'll participate?
okay.
I'm assuming it's tomorrow.
I don't know, I'll do it tomorrow.
I don't know, but I'll be tomorrow.
Well, because we'll have to give call attorney time to, yeah.
Text me.
Sure.
All right, so I have a motion to have council members Alders and myself participate with professional staff and city administrator to bring this to resolution.
Second.
All right, motion by the mayor, second by Councilmember Rainville. Any other discussion?
That's great.
All right, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Try.
Are you Jason, by the way?
Yes.
I've heard you quite often. Now I got to put the name with the face, so nice to meet you.
So
So you're the son?
Yeah.
Okay, nice to meet you, I had no idea.
are you gonna call me again? Yeah. Because he wanted to call after this meeting and I know he's indisposed, it's getting late where he is.
They're probably in bed, but,
But could you just communicate what you know, what the plan is?
Yeah, because I told him I'd give him an update too, so give him that, if that's awesome.
you don't have, any idea of when you might know when they can come together?
Cindy's on it.
Yeah, we're working on it,
Yeah, I guess.
Well, fortunately, Scott's got my numbers.
yeah.
So I think we need to hear back from the county, the way it sounds. Once we hear back from the county, then between Cindy, Scott, the county, Ruby, and potentially Shane, we'll have to figure out what the plan is, how we move forward.
And the fire chief.
Fire chief. Just those four people.
Just that.
Sounds crazy.
All right, so so then in Planner Nash's report then, when Kinsey Hills, development units still being prepared, Peterson Acres is back on the July council
You too.
agenda. Southern Pastures was tonight. And variance on 188 is going back to planning and zoning. On review for a rather large old building in Trenton. Let's go east is, so we've got an extension on that, that's still being worked on. Zoning ordinances. We addressed the third bullet point tonight, the addressing escrows and reimbursement and consulting expenses. Home occupation is still being addressed, we had a moratorium on that, just done before fall. And recently adopted ordinance amendments are not all included in the zoning ordinance. So there's time being spent gathering information needed to include these adopted amendments within the ordinance. The last one, I have a question on. Code enforcement, staff and consultants are preparing ordinance amendments to assist with more effective implementation of code enforcement. Part of this amendments of the zoning ordinance are being prepared to remove nuisance types of regulations embedded in the zoning ordinance, place them in a more typical location in the city. And I see it in various invoices that we're meeting with Rum River, we're meeting with attorney, for racking up fees, and I'm going back to meeting minutes from March 18th. And we had an action item that said, Councilmember Bryan suggested council go through codes to be more cost effective and make them searchable. There was a couple of action items there. Action item if we keep the status quo for 6 months, is there a process? Can we create a paint by numbers, find out, is there a spreadsheet? Do we even know how many violators we have, how many complaints we're seeing? And then the last item was it was getting late, it was, gosh, 8 o'clock. To address what we can address for the next work session, it specifically says no direction for RRC or collaborative planning to work on the ordinances at this time. And we're working on ordinances. And we're spending money. So is that okay with the council? Has this risen to a high priority item? Because that was the question asked in that meeting by the administrator. Is this a high priority for the council? And we did not indicate that I see anywhere here. There was a high priority. There was an action item looking for a flow chart on how we propose to handle code compliance and samples of letters that residents might receive. But the questions were, there was much discussion about areas needed to be updated, what should be zoning, what should be administrative, what should be general ordinances. Questions were regarding how long will this take, how much will this cost? Is the city council saying use up to a certain dollar amount? Should the city hold off having Rum River do any compliance work for the city? And that was question, it's a priority. We're spending money.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Flagel.
I frankly think the ordinances need to be gone through to apply to their city, because when I was looking at different things that the ordinances when the city was put together, I think were put together. I wasn't here, so I don't know. But what I'm saying is, I think when the city was trying to, in a way, scramble to become a city, and looking at the ordinances, even before I became council, and now that I've become council, we've had residents over and over and over again asking questions. This doesn't make sense. This says this way, this says that way. I really think our ordinances need to be gone through to reflect our residents. And because I think when we became a city, I think they grabbed things from other cities that was great and they put it together. But I think it was done in such a manner that it was a have to. And I don't think it's ever been gone back to reflect what actually the city is like, because in many cases, it just seems we keep running into these ordinances and they're not matching residents. And we have residents that are upset about different things, which you're always gonna get.
I think that's a separate issue.
Okay.
Historically, we had ordinances as a township. And so those were carried over to the city. Early in the 2010 maybe, the planning company was engaged to codify those. And so things that were loosely together, we're finding right now, things that we thought were in the ordinance aren't. You know,
Right.
things that were passed by the council that never got put in ordinance. We've been cleaning up for 2 years.
Right.
You know, I mean, this last year in particular, we're finding all manner of ordinances that we thought were put in that weren't. But the codification took what was already in the township. And part of our incorporation was, are you running like a city as opposed to a township where the county's doing it for you? So we had ordinances in place, in particular zoning ordinances, because we had to show that we could do that and not have to rely on the county. So those existed prior to becoming a city. The cleanup was done by a professional company, the planning company, to what they thought were the current legal requirements, current things that they thought should be in an ordinance packet. And we were told, here's what it is. So we were given an ordinance book by somebody we thought was professional. We're doing a similar thing here. We're counting on Cindy saying these things should be nuisance, these things should be. But if you go back and look at our last planning and zoning, one of the things that we're doing is by making ordinances that are improperly in the land use section right now, going back and changing them to nuisance ordinance. One of the purposes of that is so people can no longer grandfather in an unacceptable practice because it was there under land use and they have grandfather rights. We put it a nuisance and we can start enforcing them. And my concern is I don't know that the council has come up with the idea that we're really aggressively wanting to enforce things. I don't have any problem with cleaning up ordinances so our residents know what we're talking about. But if we're turning this over to somebody to do code compliance, and they may be doing some code compliance already, even though we said they shouldn't be. But if we're talking about things that are well down the road as far as, again, the general conversation was, when do we start fines? And what causes them to be fined? How often, for lack of response or lack of completion, do they get updates? If you talk to other cities, there is some aggressive behavior in that, saying it's gonna be every 7 days, you're gonna get an increase in your fine. Are we looking to do that to our residents? You're asking to clean up the ordinance so they can say, I understand that, and that makes sense for our community. But I don't know what's being changed right now. It doesn't make any sense to our community. It's gonna hit us at some time in the future. And then we're gonna say, okay, now we can start enforcing this. We haven't gone back. There's a discussion in the March meeting on what do we do with the multi-page list of code enforcement violations we already have. We haven't talked about that. And we've got a lot of important projects going on here. And I just know that the council decided this was the most important one to engage because we have, again, pass-through process here. If you're using planning fees, if you're using building, you're using engineering, you're paying. That's what the ESPA is all about.
And then they don't, some of them don't know that.
Well, but this is completely different. We don't have a budgeted item for going through this. Nobody's paying for this. This is all residents paying to upgrade these ordinances. And then residents are gonna pay if we start utilizing this to find people. And how often are we gonna find people? Because again, you turn it over to professionals. I will tell you, Rum River is very efficient at what they do, which is great in a building fishing. But for residents who don't want somebody coming around and finding them for ordinance violations, nuisance violations, that aggressiveness can bite us bad.
It can, I agree.
And so we don't, I don't know as a council, and I'm gonna ask, as a council, do we think this is the highest priority? Because I think it's moving down the road and there's other high priority projects that we need to do. I personally, I know we're supposed to turn in our goals lists and things, but we've been, beating about the bush for, bar none. They now have a new school.
we don't have an ordinance, that Bob's saying, you put an ordinance in place, we can stop what's going on there, but we keep getting calls out there, they're expanding their activities. That, to me, if the council's gonna decide, that's probably a higher priority than nuisance ordinance. But that's an opinion, that the council has to decide what's the highest priority.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Alders.
so I mean, some of that discussion too was the inconsistency, which those fines were being administered and the duration, right? Some of them were like 6 months, the other one was, well, I'm gonna go check every 2 months, so that didn't make any sense. So when Rum River came in, it was like, well, if we want them to administer that process, there needs to be some clarification around that, so agree, that was, if we're gonna go through these, that was a task to do that, but I 100% agree that it is not the biggest thing on our plate right now. And in the gap that we have, that I see that we have with this ordinance compliance and there is so many different types of housing, I'll say communities around Nowthen, you have a lake community where there are 1/4 acre lots. You have a housing complexes where they're on 2.5 acre lot type of home setups. And then you have rural acre lots where they're on 5 acre setups, but they're still in the same community, so it looks like a development. And then you have some rural areas, and it's all the same set of rules. So like if you go past my house, go past some of the ag setups that are there, it's a complete violation of the ordinances, which everybody's, well, that's a farmer, so that's fine. But if you have that same set of stuff sitting out next to the lake homes that are on the way to the church, that would be a total debacle, and people would be calling like crazy. And we don't have any way to delineate the ag areas from the lake home areas to the nice 2.5 acre development areas to the 5 acre development areas to a total rural area. So that's what makes it incredibly challenging, which is why we've kind of fallen back on, if your neighbor doesn't say anything, don't worry about it. If your neighbor does say something about it, it needs to go through Scott, so Scott can do some investigation, and he goes out there. He's not gonna go out there with his whole ordinance book and throw the book at him like was going on in the past. It's like, hey, your neighbor's concerned that you have 7 goats out here. Do you fish that much that you need 7 goats? And specifically go to that one ordinance, the one issue that they're having an issue. So I think we need to go back to, it is gonna be a complaint-based system. We are not gonna tackle it now, and it goes through Scott, and Scott has got to do some, hey, the best part about being a neighbor is go talk to them, work it out yourself. If you can't, I'll try and get involved, and I'm not gonna go out there because you got 12 things. It's like, something is bothering you, try to work it out for her.
So to that point, we've got the old list that's goes back 10 years in some cases. And I don't know if it's grown. I have no idea what kind of complaints are coming in or complaint based. So I don't know how big a deal this really is, but in March, we said it was, any complaint should go to the administrator for review first. He will decide if the complaint is valid by driving by or talking to the complainant. To be nice, if neighbors talk to each other first instead of filing a complaint if possible. If complaint is verified, needs to be followed up on, it will be handled in-house for the time being until steps can be determined for RRC. The code violation is quite extensive, and probably been on it for years. What's council want to do with it? So I just think that if nothing's burning down, and I'm not getting called saying, other than we've had a year or two ago, we had a couple of neighbors that were feuding. I don't know anything that's happened since then. And that we're putting a lot of effort, time, and money on this. We're not sure where it's going. And we're fixing something that maybe isn't a problem. Or if it's a problem, it hasn't been identified, and the council hasn't agreed on what to do about it. So I'm just asking that as a council,
is this where we want to put our time and money? And that, to Councilman Alder's point, you know, we're complaint driven, try to work it out with the neighbors as best you can. And to Councilman Flavel, let's do what we can to make ordinances that are understandable and appropriate for our community.
Right.
Which is a different argument than saying, let's put everything in nuisance so we can start finding the process. Because again, that goes to maybe our neighboring communities that are bigger, that 8 to 20, 30,000 people, and you have neighbors where this is a big problem, you need to have that. But if you were to apply those nuisance ordinances uniformly on here, on the lake home, on the nicer residential developments, on the farmstead just up the road, it's not gonna work.
It's not, and I mean, it's, like you said, the ordinance is, it's like it almost has to be set up for each type of area that we're serving. So,
And this was going to be our meeting, I guess, tomorrow night, that we pushed back, but we're ready to roll this out tomorrow. And I don't know that,
No, we were ready to.
well, we scheduled a meeting to present it to council.
Yes.
And it's not ready to do that, but I'm just saying, I think that I'm asking the council to decide
no,
to revisit this.
So
So we go back to our March 18th minutes and say,
follow the minutes.
So what do we do when we have a complaint that comes in, that a resident calls in? And I try to talk to him, doesn't get resolved, or we have no mechanism now to be able to go anywhere with it. And it made sense when we were looking at the ordinances to tie in the code compliance stuff because it has something, it ties into the ordinances. We don't have the expertise in-house in staff to do that. Bob has gotten involved, he's been to one meeting, and he got involved because between him and Cindy and Carrie, they taught that language, and Bob specializes in doing ordinances for that kind of stuff. He's gonna be able to do it way more efficiently with the 3 people I just named than we would ever try to be able to do internally. And if we're just gonna not enforce anything, okay, that's one thing. Never heard that before, but we are complaint driven, and what are we gonna do when those complaints come in then?
so we already said, we have ordinances, maybe they're not the cleanest that they could be. But I don't have any idea how many complaints have come in. We've asked for a law. I have no idea if it's grown from what it used to be. But somehow we survived as a city with something that's been on a log for 10 to 15 years. And the plate hasn't burned down. And I just don't, we're trying to fix a problem that we don't know the scope and scale of it. We don't know, gosh, I don't know how to interpret this. We have an ordinance that says my neighbor has 7 votes. And the ordinance says he can't have that many. That's pretty straightforward.
Mr. Mayor?
And how are you gonna get them to comply?
Well, again, is that a big issue right now? We haven't gotten them to apply for all the years we were with Liz, and other than people that were mad at each other for some other reason and started to go to ordinances and started charging each other, I'm not aware of this being a problem. Nobody's calling me, and I don't know what they're calling for the city. So again, I don't know the scope of it, but we're applying a hammer to it. And it might be a nail, it might be a spike, it might be.
I don't think we're putting a hammer to it. I think we were putting the time and effort in to provide all of you as a council tools to be able to handle what we've done in the past. That doesn't, we can decide what we're gonna do with that report. I have code compliance issues that are sitting on my desk that aren't getting resolved.
Okay, but we haven't heard that stuff.
And that's why I'm looking at it, and that's why it would have been brought to you on the package and stuff.
How much money have we spent after we said in March, no direction for RC or collaborative planning to work on ordinances? Has Rum River gone out and done any code compliance?
No. They're working on putting together the ordinances with the team that I've just talked about. There is no code compliance. Nobody's going out and enforcing anything at this point, because we don't have approval of what the process looks like, what the letters look like, what you all want to cite, how often you want to cite, do you want to cite at all? All is being put together so you guys can come and tell us how you want to deal with code compliance going forward.
Mr. Mayor?
How's my rating?
I believe, I believe we have a policy or procedures in place that we put together. And, but before sending out the NICE letters, we've asked Scott to go out to see if he can work a solution with the residents.
Yeah.
If he can't, then we start that other process.
It was the NICE letter, and then there was a period of time, and then it got more into, hey, you're.
Yeah, and we just had to be better. The follow, as Jason said, follow through wasn't there. And we've never been good at the follow through. We need to be better with follow through.
And the tracking and, yeah.
But we do have a program that we can use. And can we go back to using that? The other thing too would be is, as the mayor asked, is what complaints are coming in? That was something we had asked previous planner to provide that to us. And that there was never any follow through there either. We never got that information. So, yeah, I mean, do we have more than what was on the old list we have, which is really, worthless at this time, but what are their current complaints? And I don't expect you to write them off to me right now.
No.
Write them off to me right now, but if you've got 10 on your plate, send them to us, we can see what they are.
I'm sure we can send them to you by Friday. But nothing is being done with them now.
Yeah, I'm sure, I don't.
Well, again, in March, we were looking for administrative review and decide if it's a valid complaint. Is it actually a violation of the ordinance? Can drive by or talk to the complainant. So that's what we thought was being done as of March.
So what's the clarity behind? So let's just go through, what's the clarity for Scott? What's the expectation? So he's got so many calls and hey, we'll go down the boat path. So guy's got 7 boats in his yard. Scott goes out there, verifies he's got 7 boats, says, hey, it's against our ordinance to have this many inoperable vehicles in your yard. We need you to do something with them. The guy's, no, I'm not gonna do anything with them. What's the next step?
That's spelled out in that.
And that is a
So then,
procedure we have.
so then, once he verifies that it's a valid request, then he goes down the process that we have in place. Send him a letter, there's no response, send him another letter, no response, get legal involved and go down that path.
No.
That's the process.
So your city administrator can become code compliant from beginning to end.
Mr. Mayor.
That's not what we ever discussed. This was.
Councilmember Flatley.
What if we didn't make it anonymous? There are cities out there that, well,
We're not anonymous. You have to give a name.
but no, what I mean is, if I make a complaint to the city, okay, so if I make a complaint about you to the city, they do not give my name out if you ask. And there are cities out there that have done this. So that way it makes people think, because then we can get into a neighbor situation, right? Where he's complaining, which we have one right now, where there's one complaining about the other, and they go back and forth, and it wastes the city's time, it wastes Scott's time, it wastes Natalie's time. It's absolutely ridiculous. So if we did change something where we actually said, sure, you can make a complaint, and if they ask who it is, we're going to tell them, then it sometimes stops that complaining process too, or people think about it.
It's retaliation.
Well, and data practice data practice allows a person to have their name not be provided to their neighbor or whoever. But we require that it be on the form, but then it's anonymous. That data practice of that party can be anonymous. At some point down the road, if you go to court, that information will come out, but you don't normally get to go into court. But you have to give your name, but you can be anonymous to your neighbors, but your neighbor's gonna know it's you anyway.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying, so he's dealing with that, and it's almost like, I just wish we could just say to the neighbor, you know what, go talk to him.
But
Go
that's
talk
the
to
big
him.
statute.
We tried,
Yeah.
that's what you suggested here, we talked to a neighbor. So again, to my knowledge, complaints are coming in. Well, I'm sorry, it sounds like complaints are coming in. Nothing's been done, nothing's addressed them, nothing's happened to the complaint log that's been there. Is the world ending? Has any council member gotten a call saying my complaint's not being answered? So again, are we saying run around and start answering every complaint that's out there? I don't think we're saying that. We're saying, let's think this through and see how much money we want to spend, and how we want to go on it. And maybe this is something that was suggested back in March, that the council can do some of this themselves and then say, what's the process look like? Maybe we don't have to pay the fees we're paying to get this done. And then we say, okay, now we've got to target it. Now we got to clean up the ordinances so this can be processed through. So again, I don't think things are burning down right.
Are you stating that if you get complaints and you send out the complaints to us, that maybe some of us can handle those?
No, I'm saying right now, complaints are coming in, what's being done about it? We have not responded to a complaint, right?
Other than me trying to follow with them, and we're trying to get the mediation thing put in place, so it's between residents, we have the mediation.
Yeah, but right now,
But we have no process. If we're gonna enforce anything, we have no process.
have we enforced anything in a year?
No.
Okay,
No,
Has-
well, we
has-
did when Liz was here, not, I guess, a year, yeah, a year.
We had some things there where a certain guy had junk in his front yard and he didn't respond, so we assessed him. And I'm just saying that other than that, you know, do we have a big backlog of complaints saying somebody needs to get on this? And it hasn't affected life in Nowthen in months or years. I'm just saying, let's approach it in a way that's more reasonable than just getting very aggressive with it. And use our time on things that are actually our burning.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I don't believe we're getting over aggressive with it. What we are doing is put a process in place that we've been following through. Do we have issues in the city right now? How often do I hear from any of you talking about, we got 100 junk cars sitting here? We got Danny Ortel's foundation over here that doesn't get addressed because we have no teeth to anything that we put to it. We don't have a process that's put in place. Are there things in the city that need to get cleaned up? Yeah. Is there things on the list that Liz used to provide us that could be addressed or could be taken off there? Absolutely. But if we don't have a process, and you're gonna say, city administrator is gonna go out and try to talk to these residents, and that's the only process that we have.
No, I think council member Rainville said, we have a process. And who's going to follow it? Danny Ortel goes back to prior to becoming the city. And the fact that he hasn't been prosecuted, you know, that's a whole different issue. 100 cars goes back to before you're a city. And again, who's complaining? Who's got a current complaint that's a health and safety issue that isn't being addressed? And that's what we don't know. We're working in a vacuum here. And I'm just going back off of, I'm seeing in invoices, I'm seeing in information here that obviously teams are working on something that, as a council, we said in March, don't do it. And let's go back to the policy that's in hand. If it's a health and safety issue, it comes to you agree it's health and safety, we should, if they aren't responding, start the letter process. That exists.
So who's gonna manage that process? That's the process that we're working with the team on, is incorporating it.
Okay,
The letters from Liz that,
but you don't have the agreement that we're paying Rum River to do that. We do have some staff, 60 hours, we have some volunteer staff. Again, we don't have any size of the scope. How many letters are we gonna be sending out? How many people are not abiding by the call that says, hey, get rid of your 7 votes? Oh, didn't know I couldn't have 7, they're gone, done. But we don't know if there's a complaint and somebody's addressed it and it's a growing list and people are really frustrated because nobody's responding to my complaints. It's gonna take 70 letters, or, we had to send out a letter last month. No idea the scale and scope. But from the council standpoint, do we want to abide by what we just said in March and not to go further on that portion of the ordinance and until we can decipher what you're asking for and it's not 10 o'clock at night? How we want to look at our ordinances overall, rather than just saying, here we're gonna line them all up so that people can be charged or fined.
My point was that if we have ordinances, let's take your 10 votes thing. If we actually had an ordinance that made sense, that said these things, people might be able to say, when they call in, you know what, take a look at the ordinance. And people go, oh, like you said, but I'm just saying that just to clean them up a little bit to make sense in all categories, from building codes to.
And this might be a good case for ad hoc committee, because Crystal did this. And they got residents together and went through all their codes and said,
Amen.
these make sense and I can understand them. And I'm legalese. And then they went to their attorney and said, can these be enforced? And they said, okay, now a resident can read them and say, this makes sense. I understand what 7 volts is. But at this point, it's 10 o'clock and we're only halfway through our agenda. So the action, to be clear, that do we abide by our meeting minutes of March 18th? And do we stick with the program that's in place right now?
So to be clear, just so you know, Round is only doing building codes, they're not doing code enforcement per our March meeting, is that?
That is what we said.
Okay, I just wanna make sure that.
So is that council agreement? Can we be specifics?
Let me ask another question, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Scott. For the complaints that you are getting. When you're saying, Mr. Mayor, when you were saying there is a complaint from back in township days of 100 cars or whatever. And you're saying, to be clear, that there hasn't been a current complaint, but that may still be on your desk. Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, it's on Liz's report. It's been on for years.
So no one has complained since Liz's report
I mean,
in how many years?
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. She's got notes in it, but I just know it's on the report.
So all I'm looking at is,
50 of them.
okay, so what I'm saying is, if we haven't gotten any, I'm just wondering.
So it's the case, if you look at the March minutes, that was one of the questions. So the current code violation list is quite extensive. Many properties have been on the list for years with no resolution. What are the council's desires on how to handle these? Should the list be wiped clean until additional complaints are filed? Should repeat violators be assessed or fined, and all cover the cost of compliance? So that was, one option was to pull that list out and say, these people are dead. We can probably take them off the list. Or the property is still in violation, but somebody else lives there now. It's kind of like the IAPCU people. That, we're just trying to get it to some current state, and so the council can look at it and say, yeah, this is a health and safety issue, it should stay on here, or,
Okay.
We lived with it 15 years, and nobody's complaining until the trees get cut down and people see all those cars. And then until we get some system in place. So, to be clear, I would motion that we abide by the action items and the directives of the March 18th minutes. And that we stick with our current policy. And that if there is something that is beyond the current policy, that the administrator brings it back to the council's attention.
So when Scott does his diligence, if he's got something that he needs to escalate, he's gonna bring it back to the council.
Yeah.
For review.
Yeah.
And the council's gonna give some direction on next steps.
Yeah.
Either follow up with Cindy to do the some of the compliance review and, or direct Run River to do something, or,
send out tonight's letter, or,
okay,
so that's a motion.
second.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
just for clarification from you then, is this leading down towards city administrator gonna be doing code compliance now?
Didn't say no.
Well, that's what it sounds like to me.
Okay, well, we didn't say that, so that's.
I just want to be clear on, so I'm putting together letters, I'm sending the letters out, I'm doing all the things that Liz used to do then. And if I get to a roadblock, then I gotta bring it to council for help. That's what I thought I heard.
If letters need to be sent out, then, we had asked before if staff could do that anyway. I don't know why we're paying Liz to do that, but, again, if there's an issue with it, I don't have any idea how big the scope this is. If there's an issue, with it, then bring it back to the council and say, wow, it's really overwhelming to me and my staff. But I have no idea, if nobody has processed any complaint since last year when Liz quick ran through it so we could assess some things before the end of the year. If we haven't processed any complaint, it just doesn't appear from my perspective that we have any urgencies right now. And if we don't have urgencies, then it probably isn't going to consume a lot of time.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Brady.
And Scott, if you feel there's something urgent, let us know. We can deal with it.
Yeah, I just need to know what, to what extent do I go now?
So is he ignoring? Is he ignoring everything that up until?
I have no idea.
We don't.
If complaints are coming in, we don't know it, and we don't know, but nobody's done anything, so if complaints are coming in, yes, we're ignoring it.
I'm gonna drive past your place, I'll let you know.
Hopefully you don't see.
I'm just saying the stuff that came from Liz that was on this list is.
Nothing has happened.
Nothing's happened.
That list has been untouched other than Liz.
Okay, so are we directing staff to ignore the list is basically, keep it untouched?
Is anybody complaining about things on the list? No. Okay, if they're not, then
Okay.
it's status quo. So all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, now we're at 10:10. And, I think we're finally done with Cindy.
Would have never going to start at 6, I would have known.
I said that very thing, I think we're going at 6 to keep going longer.
Yeah.
So can we look through what has to be done tonight? So going through the, Councilmember Rainville.
Well, I'm gonna quick go through this. I gotta be to work at 5:30 in the morning. So, administrator update, he gave a good description of everything. The deferment policy, I would direct that we, take our city attorney's suggestion and not allow a deferment policy.
Can I make a motion?
Yes, that's a motion.
Second.
All right, and a motion a second on to,
So,
And here
hold
too.
on, we're going to look at that, we're on.
so we're on Administrator F,
Okay.
deferment policy. Mary and Councilmember Brian, second. And we're agreeing with the attorney's recommendation to not have a deferment policy. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Name.
Okay, motion carries.
Next, I want to go down to Sandy, go to know.
Yes.
Also, new business number 2. I would move that we authorize Administrator Rayner to offer the positions to the 2 candidates upon recommendation of Personnel Committee, to Jediah Griswold and Joseph Kaninsky at $16 to serve as soon as possible.
Which one are you doing?
New business 2, hire seasonal help.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Rainville to hire seasonal help for recommendations. We have a second by Councilmember Brian. Any other discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Just ran.
The next,
Okay, before you keep going, I have a couple here that make a difference on our bills, I'd like to get in.
Okay, well, yours is left, and they're
Right,
to be moved,
I'm just
so,
saying,
okay, yep.
it makes a difference on paying bills.
Yeah, so the next one is, council new business number 7, which is the.
Banyan?
Proposal for Banyan, I move that we move forward with that.
Second.
And we have a motion, from Councilman Ray, a second, from Councilman Bryant, and the question I have on that is, why are we jumping right to contingency fund when we have a office equipment and computer and office supplies?
Because when I talked with Lori about it, it was one of those things that was not budgeted for, and she thought that that would be the best place to.
Yeah, we don't have an office computer and equipment supply.
We do, but we use that on the new
Yeah.
computer for Genevieve and the new computer for the public works.
We went through the line items and all those, we looked for room and all that type of stuff. And there,
So, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Ray.
I would move that we move forward with this, if we can find, staff can find money elsewhere, last resort would be,
Continue.
meet the contingency.
All right. And Councilman Bryant, agree with that amendment?
Yeah.
All right, any other discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 And I'm done, so if anybody else wants to start, I'm done.
Okay. So on the register, so we are, so everybody realizes we have $283,826 we're paying out this month. Hopefully everybody's looked through the register. On the NUS truck and equipment, I would like to pull that check. And the concern is we have conflicting information on whether we have to pay tax on that. And the tax is about $11,000.
I thought,
The state is still waiting to get back. I went to the, Lori said she thinks, her friend said yes, it's tax exempt. The auditor said no, the league said no. The tax and use people said yes. They said go to the policy people, the policy people said no. And they referred it to an attorney who was at a conference today, I talked to her last Friday. And she said, it's a long convoluted story, but the state got into trouble years ago. They made some changes and they're trying to work it back to where cities can be tax exempt on a lot of things, but they're not there yet. And so it all depends on what the word town means. And 3 of the people say town means township, not city. And 2 of the people say, one of the people says, I think it means township. The last person is looking through legislation, looking through legal. She's doing a bunch of research and she said she'll get back later this week. But she said right now, if she were to weigh in on it, she would say it is not tax exempt. That means we're $11,000 off on that.
Oh, my God.
If it is tax exempt, we can go get a refund on the truck we bought last year. So we're either gonna pay $11,000 more, get $16,000, or not pay 11, and get $8,500 back for last year. But we need to pull that until the state, and I said, I need to have it in writing.
Yeah.
And so, that has to wait, it's signed. The other part of that is the NUS made us sign an agreement saying if it's not tax exempt, we could be fined $10,000. And I signed that, I want that stricken until we know. I do not want that going on. But I'm not paying $10,000. The other one is Rum River Consultants. I understand when they're doing building fees, but I don't think the council's had a good discussion on the $19,000 carryover from Minspec. And I think the council needs to discuss that before we pay that. So I'm going to ask if the council would agree, because my understanding is all of that work has not been done to for the $19,000 fee. Did the council get a chance to discuss why we're paying $19,000 for something that maybe we don't have to? So I would like to pay the Rum River bill appropriate to any building officials' activities they've done, separate from the carryover from Minspec, the $19,000. So I would make that a motion to withhold the 19 until we figure out why we're paying.
No second that.
Anyway, motion and second, discussion.
Basically, it's stuff that doesn't have to be, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, it's stuff that didn't necessarily have to be finally approved and could just sit there for a while. And so that we didn't have, I mean, it's one thing to clear out the books, but it wasn't necessary that it had to be done. Is that correct?
That is, my understanding is that it's nice to clean up the books, but if a homeowner doesn't close out their permit and it affects the sale of the house, they will pay for it that, if it doesn't affect the sale of the house, it's simply something that's on the books, but if it's just convenient that when Rum River's in the neighborhood, they want to go inspect it and charge the city, I think we need to have that discussion.
So what do you want to know from them? What you're paying $19,000 for?
So it would be any open building permits when they inherited the business.
I'm inspect.
Or the handler.
We have the list, we know what it is. I'm just saying the council hasn't said, so that's a reasonable thing to do, go charge the city, because the residents will pay for that. And if it isn't legally required that somebody close out their building permit, then why are we paying? Leave them open. So, but I would like to have that discussion when it's not after midnight. So, we have a motion and a second to withhold the 19,000, whatever it is, on the carryover from inspect and pay the as a current as is. Any other discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
I will do that.
And then we'll table the rest of it and adjourn.
Can
On which?
I just had a clarification and a comment, but it's gonna be forward.
On which item?
Well, everything in new business is gonna get pushed to next month. Is that what you guys want us to do? I'm just looking for clarification.
Yep.
So everything for that goes, and then one comment I have on the fire chief position, that's looking to get posted, was it?
So we said we would give that to the council to weigh on before we posted it. Well, we said that I wanted to see it, but I think the council taking a look at it, should see it, and if they have any questions, send that back to us, so as a group, we can say, yeah, we worked in the council's concerns, and then we can get it posted, so. Again, the approval would be after the council seen it and weighed in on it, that we could, and the personnel committee agrees on it, we can post it.
So the meeting minute, the notes I have on it, that the council approved the personnel committee to work with Chief Schmidt and myself to be able to put together the job write-up, and then it was asked to just send out to council, so it was all done. So I sent that out last week, asking for any comments by the end of yesterday, with the intentions of having it posted on Wednesday. So, am I not?
So have the councils all seen it?
No, it'll be sent out. I was just giving.
Yeah, I would like the council to see it before we post it. I think it makes sense to see it first rather than post it and say, oh, what was this?
Well, I wasn't going to post it until I went on the council.
We've already adjourned the meeting, so let's reestablish it. If we agreed, that it would be my preference, if we agreed last time to let Scott and the personnel committee look at it, they can send it to council, but to post it. We can't delay it any longer.
That was my understanding.
Okay.
It's gonna be, so
So we closed the meeting, but,
I wouldn't know if there's anything right or wrong or not.
well, it's,
I mean, I'm
the
sorry.
salary range is up to $133,000.
Well, it doesn't mean that's what they're gonna get. That's a council decision.
Well, if you post that, that's what the state thing, that's your range.
The salary range is 88 to 133.
Yeah.
And that's up to maximum of 8 years.
Right, we are there.
What was the action item then? We're gonna
We're adjourned.
Follow through
I
what we did
can-
before.